Result?
So, welcome everyone. Ninth round with me is Dragana Nikolovska. I'm Grandmaster Lojzia Jankovic. You are following European Individual Women's Championship in Montenegro. Today,
welcome back, guys.
Yeah, we expect again. Yesterday was a very interesting round. You can check the cameras now. Players are coming. But we expect a complicated day today as well.
Yeah, ninth round already. Time flies so fast, right? For me, at least.
Yes.
Maybe we can mention a few results from yesterday. As we just said, it was a very interesting round. We had 4 decisive results on the first 4 boards. Kilbasa Olivia lost to Arabidze Mary with white pieces. Then we had 3 white wins. Maltevskaya won against Osma Kulia. Kotinashvili Bela managed to get a point against Sochko. And Sargisyan Anna won against Bulmaga Irina. Then we had a few draws. Again, win on the 8th board of Savina Anastasia against Narva Mai, then Cornet de Imante won against Beidulayeva, and Unuk Laura lost to Pauline from France.
Yes, so let's check the pairings today. We will inform you. So top left corner we have first and second boards. On the first board we have Arabidze Mary playing against Maltevskaya Alexandra. So Georgia against Poland.
Yeah, we have interesting standings at the moment. As we've seen in the previous days, we had 3 Polish girls in the top 3 places. It was an interesting moment for a screenshot, let's say, for the Polish fans. But now we have Maltevskaya leading with 6.5, then Arabidze Mary with 6.5 as well. And then we have 6 girls with 6 points. But the most interesting part, as I just wanted to say, first place currently leading on the board, Poland, second place, Georgia. Then again, we have third place, Poland, and fourth place, Georgia. So interesting to see.
Yeah, then Armenia and 3 French players. So it's very interesting how we have now those small groups at the top. So 6.5 points, 2 players, then trailing players with 6 points, and then huge group from 9th till 19th place, 5.5, and then huge group with 5 points. So there is no big difference actually. Okay, it is some, but big difference between third place, which is taken by Olivia Kilbasa with 6 points, and for example last player with 5 points, 41st standings place. So that means that there are chances for everyone. They are fighting for World Cup spot, also of course for prize money in this event. So once again, let's just repeat the pairings.
Yes, the pairings. First board, Arabidze Mary against Maltevskaya Alexandra. Second board, Sargisyan Anna against Kotinashvili Bela. Third, Savina Anastasia against Kilbasa Olivia. Fourth board,
Guichard Pauline against Dolit Cornet, Diamant.
Then Osma Kulia against Buksa Natalia. Sochko Monica against Melia Salom. Danelia Nelina against Bivol Alina. And yes, Wagner Dinara against Solakidu Stavrula. Those are the pairings that we will see live on boards.
Yes, exactly. Well, so if we can check the performance or rating at least. Now current leader is Polish player Maltevskaya Alexandra in a big plus, 18 rating points she's gaining. Then Arabidze Mary 10 points, also big winner is still Olivia, no matter that she lost her game yesterday, but still 15 points plus. Then let's find some huge gainers. Yes, we have Toncheva Nadia and Zasite Salomea plus 40 points, which means that they are outperforming a lot. Also Jarocka Livia 40 points in plus. So there are many. Of course, big losers in terms of rating we can find on the bottom of the table, Alavderieva, she's losing 50 rating points. Kejar Petra as well, so tough tournaments for.
We forgot to mention the plus 100.
Yes.
120 almost right now.
Yeah.
Kabak Polina from Armenia.
Yes, currently having 3.5 points, so beautiful result for her. So let's check the moves. Let's see what's going on the first board. We have this fianchetto, king c-dian, but sideline with double fianchetto. Now there is c5. Actually, this was covered in Boris Savruk's books. Then we have this line, which is known line for Italian game. Of course, this is also very known that now there is h4 move, bishop b5 after knight b6. We will see what will happen here. Savina is just starting her game, so probably she was a bit late, or she was expecting maybe Slav defense on Queen's Gambit accepted. That my guess. Then Gishar, she's playing for the 10th time, I think, in this tournament. We see this Ragozin when rook e8 and bishop f8 will follow. Osma Julia playing also this mix against Natalia Buksa in Ragozin, Queen's Gambit, bishop f4. Then sixth board, Slav defense. This was played by Krasteva in few rounds ago. Also sideline, which was like a new treatment of the Catalan. Although, frankly speaking, I'm not a big fan of that line. This is classical. If we go to time machine, 200 years ago, this position was very topical. Zolakidu, what is she doing? She's playing interesting style. This actually opening was played by Bent Larsen after e5. He would have exchange on e5 and play this line with bishop e3 is more useful than classical bishop e2, which we have after, let's say, this exchange line. So here the main difference is bishop is on e2, but white wants to say that my bishop with e3 is much more useful. This is also classical stuff, not much happening yet. Kero, Laura is playing this catch. This was played by Nepo, by Ivan Ivanišević, Serbian grandmaster. This was played also by Morozevic, so we will see will this Nevednici grandmaster, who is helping Irina preparation work today. Rouser, my pet line. I wrote a book and then update of this variation bishop d7 together with grandmaster Zdenko Kozul, so I will follow this one closely. This was Lasker Sicilian or Sveshnikov played in the World Championship match, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. They had like 4 or 5 times this position all together in the match. Ragozin, Kero, classical. Ina, not yet thinking, right? Now e4, e5 was played in many. e4, a4, let's say a4, and then rook b8 and a5 comes. Toncheva playing this Sicilian with c3. Let's just recheck. Yes, it's possible to play, but black is more than fine now. Bishop g4, probably just steering a game to a completely equal position. Queen's Gambit classical. This is Lasker Sicilian, already far away from the opening. Everything till the moment. I don't see any crazy stuff yet. Do you expect some special fight in some game, maybe?
In all of them. In 9th round, I expect everything.
Yes. What would you say? Which are the players who are playing maybe the most complicated chess here in this event? Who are the sharpest? The sharpest ones.
Gunina has to be one of them.
Yes, Gunina, exactly. Efraimsky, yep.
As well.
I agree.
maybe Olivia too.
Yes, but also Natalia Buxa, she's playing some complicated chess. This one we have, this is like a king's attack style. Bobby Fischer, with the idea is to place the knight on g4, h5. This was known. Black usually moves the rook, play h6, and with bishop f8 try to cover everything. Yes, so everything till the moment classical, not yet some crazy stuff coming. Classical Sicilian, I don't know which one to choose. Do you have any game to choose? What has happened there? This is a new treatment for me. I never seen this way that someone is playing, but already probably the pawn is dropping. Okay, so let's check the cameras, let's check the faces. Are there any bananas today?
No, that we see. Maybe they're hidden.
Yes.
Who knows?
So some new faces have arrived on the first two boards. Usually Kilbasa Olivia was there. Today she's on the upper right corner, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have her on board 3 today, which is a bit unusual for us.
Yes.
As we were seeing her on the first board. Yeah, maybe we can mention whom
Yes.
we're seeing. On the first board, Maltevskaya against... I'm sorry, Arabidze against Maltevskaya.
Yeah,
Maltevskaya
Alexandra
has
is black, yes.
black pieces. Then on the second board, it's Sargsyan against Kotenashvili Bela, both with their hands on their heads,
Yes.
so hard to recognize them right now.
Yes, exactly.
Third board, Savina Anastasia. We had her in the last 2 rounds, I think, on cameras as well. Kilbasa Olivia as black. Then Pauline on fourth board as white, currently not present on her seat, against another French girl, Deimante. Then we have fifth board, bottom left corner, yes, Osma Kulia against Buxa Natalia. A Ukrainian duel, so we have interesting duels
Yes,
today.
French.
Duel and then Ukrainian duel.
Yes, exactly.
Then on the sixth board, the reigning champion Sochko Monica with white pieces closer to the camera against Melia Salom. And last but not least, bottom right corner, Bivol Elena with black pieces against
Elena Danielian,
Elena. Yes, Stavrula, we haven't seen her in a while on cameras. She's playing with black against Wagner as white.
Yes, and we can check the boards that we have in this game you just mentioned. We have the idea. I've noticed, but somehow this Queen C2 is a little bit, for me, new way. And actually engines will always give you a big plus, well, close to 0.1 point, but I don't think this is so serious in a practical match. So let's once again check the cameras while we are maybe checking our chat. Is there any comment there?
Let's see. Actually, Stavrula made me a promise that if she wins, she will join the studio. So.
Oh, okay.
That's something to mention.
A lot, yes. A lot of is on stake today, right?
Yep. Because I wanted to have her in the studio in the previous days, but somehow she didn't come. She would always say, if I win, I will come. And then she won a few rounds, but today it's definitely.
So today maybe we can expect like a Greek day. Not a wedding, but a Greek day in our studio, right?
Yeah, I'm very excited about our first guest. I actually wouldn't like to say whom he is. Maybe we can let the guys guess in the chat.
Yes, exactly. So the guy is here. The guy is strong, right? Quite strong.
You will be very happy to see him too.
Yes, more than 2600 rated player. We can even check.
Yeah, 2650 was his peak, I think.
Let's check. Okay, so his peak was 26.52 in August 2017. Now his FIDE rating in March is 26.28. He was 85 in the world.
Guys, we already gave you all of the information you need.
Okay, it's not easy to check.
But we're waiting for you to do so.
Great player. We will have him here, hopefully. So this is something we are looking
it might
forward.
be a Greek day, as you mentioned.
Yes, we are looking forward to. So players are thinking, focus to go out of the opening to find some lines. Now some players already completely moved away their preparation because the game took maybe some unexpected course, but
no sunglasses around.
Yes. Today was rainy.
Yeah.
So people was joking that today we will have some superb preparation because what else to do?
Yeah.
Like my friend Gunnar, president
you can even
of
see
Iceland Chess Federation, would say, what else to do?
Yeah. You can even see a lot of people walking around in the playing hall. Guess they didn't have a nice walk today.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, it was raining heavily. It rained heavily in the morning, but then soon it was fine. Actually, I even had some time to run before the lunch, so it was fine, really fine. Here the weather is not so tough, so only one day it's getting a little bit better than before. So players are, I would say, it's on some boards still in preparation or feeling confident. We don't have real, I would say, real thing at the moment. Okay, let's say first board, now I would say they are out of the book. Second board, white player is out of the book, black probably not. Then we have upper right corner, white player is out of the book, black is probably still inside. Third board, I'm not sure, but it looks that they are still, but who knows? They know. We can only guess.
Too early for drama still.
Yes. But now it's getting serious because ninth round, all those players who are, we can check the standings just to tell you. So all those players, let's see, are there in a plus or in a big plus? I will tell you. So first one 18 points plus the second player 9, then 15, then 3 players which are not performing so much, so that means that they are either heavily rated or they were just having maybe some upset at the beginning of the tournament and now they came back to top. So that is Kotanashvili Bela, Sargsyan Nana, Gishar Polin. They are only 2 and 4 points plus. Then Savina 8, Dolit Cornet, she's 16 plus, Sochko Monica 8 plus, although she lost her game yesterday, but still in plus. So basically players are here in top 20 spots. They are already gaining some rating, which means that they are not so worried about their result in the end, so they can now try to fight for titles, which means they are ready to take some risk. They're in positive mood, so we can expect now this round to be one of decisive rounds. Who can create something in their games, who can maybe outplay their opponent, it's a big achievement in this competition. So let's check the moves once again. What do we have here? This was my favorite, this a4 a5, but believe me, it looks better than it is. You place your pawn to a4, you don't want to exchange. If you exchange, then you ask yourself, what was I doing, or pushing my pawns to exchange. And it just looks, I would say looks sexy. I played the pawn on a5, then a4, but the final impact is not I don't know, dangerous for white at all. This one, instead of bishop b5, she opted for bishop b3, which is also known, and now knight e4, knight g3 might happen, or this type of play. There are also several lines we will see played by many top players here. What do we have then? We have Savina. This is something I like, but basically bishop f4, I would say it's like overboard improvisation. I don't know, we will see. Usually they move to h4. This one, as mentioned, d and e will come. You can check the games from previous rounds, everything quite common, but this one is not. Okay, oops, sorry, this one, actually this line I play against Elyanov when I was fighting for the World Cup spot 2007. He played me this line. I took and bishop f4. This position was, at that time, that was like some new way of play, and it was a draw in this game, but I was actually maybe even worse at some stage. Bishop e5, okay. G4, everything prepared. We can remind you guys that the husband of Natalia is, if I'm not mistaken, Rauf Mamedov, great Azerbaijani grandmaster. G4. Okay, so probably now he's following the game, checking,
sure.
checking what will happen. I would say the trademark game is 2017 European Championship. You were playing there, me as well. When he won against Dubov in that famous game when Dubov was working with Boris Gelfand, and then there was this bishop b5 line where white was sacrificing material but gaining a complete domination. And then Grishchuk made a funny comment during broadcast. Grishchuk was board 1, Dubov was between board 3 and board 4. I played against him on board 4, but this match was on board 3, I think. And then he was asked, actually he mentioned a comment that he was discussing this deadline possibility with his coach, or let's say second or helper before the event, Boris Gelfand, if I'm not mistaken. And then Boris has said to him, this position you play by yourself. This was like, this was how Grishchuk has represented, with a funny smile, saying that this is one of the most complicated positions he has ever seen. And his player was advised that you can play this line by yourself. You are then on your own, you will make it, and you can check that game. So Mamedov, Dubov 2017 Sicilian Rossolimo Championship. I don't know, because engines are saying that white can force a draw, and Dubov was probably thinking that, he was not thinking, but when they will analyze this line, that white doesn't have more than draw. But of course Mamedov came with a concept, with an idea. He was blitzing the moves and just playing for a win with complete domination. Fantastic game, check it. And this game was, I think, deciding the match. Actually, I think on the second board that Rajabov has won against Nepo first board, I think Grischuk-Mamedyarov was a draw, and I'm trying to recall what was happening on the fourth board between who was playing. Maybe Guseinov was playing for Azerbaijan, and from Russia. For Russia, so Russia was Grischuk with Yugov, Dubov, but Dubov on the fourth board. Grischuk, Nepo with Yugov, Dubov, and who was fifth board? Trying to recall, I cannot.
Maybe somebody in the chat can help us out.
But check that game. This is memorable game. You play this round, and then you are on your own. You will find your way. And Dubov, I remember this face. So Mamedov he's a bit nervous while playing, but I remember when I played against him in Sarajevo, he was very nervous. But okay, he's very strong player, 2700 player, also known for resigning against Magnus in chess.com title Tuesday, when after e4 Magnus played g5, and then immediately Mamedov resigned, saying, I don't want to, although he was leading the tournament, I don't want to be part of this I would say not respect of players or fun, but anyway, this is his decision. So Mamedov was just walking around after each move, just blitzing it. I think Khalifman, Safarli was team captain of Azerbaijan. So he was watching the game and smiling. Mamedov was just walking, and Dubov was sitting, I think, like he was down maybe 10 centimeters than regular, watching in the most complicated position he's ever got, and he's trying to somehow break through in the simple position which you are on your own. And Grischuk was finally commentating this anecdote. I don't know it's fully correct, but guys, I'm giving you some stories because of course you can turn on the engines, of course you can follow the results, but those stories I think you cannot read everywhere. Okay, that's it. So the game, Mamedov is prepared. Maybe Osmak Julia is on her own. We will check. We will check this one.
Following the guidelines.
Yes. Although of course Boris is a fantastic coach, fantastic player. Come on, guys. I respect Boris a lot. Remember the documentary movie, the best documentary movie of I think Israel Festival was called. Not a room, but something like this. This documentary movie is about Boris, I would say, fight for the World Championship crown against Vichy Anand in Moscow, where they shoot this documentary movie while he was going to the game. In the hotel, his assistants at that time, that was Zhenya Tomaszewski, then Rothstein Maxim and Pavel Elyanov were his helpers, and you can see some insights. I think it lasts for 1 hour, and it was like a best Israeli documentary movie. I love it. I watch it in cinema, actually in Zagreb. Mm-hmm. For some reason they put it in one not so popular, but it was we chess players went to watch this documentary. I was thinking it's maybe the name is room because they had something like room 220 something in the hotel, but I'm not sure this is the right name. Maybe it's not connected with the room. I will try to remember. But anyway, you can write or in Google.
Or you can help us out.
Yeah, you can write in Google Boris Gelfand documentary movie. It's very inspiring. You can see a big effort. You see how Vichy was suffering. I also asked Vichy about that match, how Vichy was suffering in that match, but Boris in the end. So the first, I think Boris has scored the first win, and then Vichy Vichy fight back, and in the end it was even match, and in rapid Vichy has won the title or defend the title. So Boris Gelfand was so close for World Championship match. The way how he to World Championship title, the way how he improved his play, the ideas he invented, because at that time he was mainly playing Nardov Sicilian, and for that World Championship match he prepared Lasker. Elianov was working hard at that opening. And in some tournaments, I was curious to see, of course, Lasker or Sveshnikov is very theoretical, the long variation. I was curious to see what would he play against Bishop B5 against Rossolimo, and in the end, you could check it later. For example, in London Chess Classic against Mickey Adams, the way how he arranged his pieces. For me, that fighting game, how he was sacrificing a pawn, exploiting two bishops. I was just commenting this with Ivan Sokolov, my friend, and he said, this is some new, I would say, new energy, new level of play. So Boris did a lot preparation, energy. He improved in not so young age. So great champion. Unfortunately, not a world champion, but I respected him a lot. And take a look of that movie. Yeah,
let's check it out. But I'm eager to do so now.
Yeah, I will Google while you can check the cameras. I will Google. So Boris Gelfand. Let's check documentary. We will now see. Album 61. I knew it was not room, and I knew it was connected with some number. Yes. So check that movie. It really worth watching. Album 61. So, anything is in chat?
Yes, somebody already mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
These stories are the fun, guys. This is what I can offer. I was, during my career, in touch with many strong players. I played against few. I was not a top player, but I played in some tournaments. So I know few players. I'm a big chess fan and chess history fan. So this is what I can offer. As I told you, these days there are so many players who are commentating the games, using engines. Of course, they can do better maybe than me, but those stories, I think, and anecdotes, this is something I would love to, that we keep in our...
Something that makes it interesting, I think.
Yes. So any question there? Not yet, right? So you can use chat. We are getting a right guesser.
Yes, we have a correct answer.
Yes, who will be our guest today in an hour or a little bit less. So interesting players are around. We are eager to see them here.
Yes, of course, always.
Exactly. So for those ones who are not aware, I'm Alois Jankovic, and next to me is Dragana Nikolovska. Always you can ask us about some player, about some opening. You can get our tips, my opinion. I'm there for you guys. Yes, album 61. Which movie do you like? Have you seen Magnus documentary?
Yeah, of course. I've seen this one. I've seen the one about Fischer as well. What was the name?
Pawn Sacrifice.
Pawn Sacrifice. Right.
Actually, I don't like that one, frankly speaking. I think two best movies about Bobby Fischer. The thing is, with Pawn Sacrifice, with Tobey Maguire, if I'm not mistaken, with those two movies, somehow they pointed out his problem, psychological problem of Bobby and his character and so on. Of course, he was doing a lot of bad remarks, bad statements, but of course there was this story in Pasadena, the way he was saying that he was sentenced for 2 days. He was kept naked in police because he was not giving documents to a policeman in California, which at that point was a turning point for him to, let's say, not go crazy, but somehow to become a much different person than before. So I don't have all the facts. There are even stories that they were paying to meet him. He did, after the World Championship match, he didn't want to make any commercial, and there was a story that people were paying to meet him, that Bob Dylan paid, I don't know, $10,000 to meet Bobby and so on. So there are a lot of stories. I don't know which ones are correct. I'm not a historical person, but I'm just trying to get a whole picture. So this Pawn Sacrifice, I don't think this is a good movie. Actually, when Fischer died in 2008. I was 2009. I was playing in Reykjavik Open. I visited his grave at the anniversary in Selfoss. So I read a lot, and for me it was memorable to see all those locations. And you could ask Spassky what does he think about Fischer. What does he think about Fischer? But the two best documentary movies about Bobby are Bobby Fischer Goes to War, and what is the name? There one is HBO documentary movie, and second one is, I'm trying to recall. So Bobby Fischer Goes to War, or Bobby Fischer against the world. There is one. Bobby Fischer Against the World, and second, there are two good ones. Anything to Win. Bobby Fischer, Anything to Win. That's one is very nice. So Bobby Fischer Against the World, not Goes to War. Bobby Fischer Against the World. This is, I think, HBO. And second one is Anything to Win. These are I would say, the best one to follow. Actually, now Netflix has two more. There was this documentary, or how they call it, series about Formula One, because at some stage they were losing interest, and born to ride, something like this. And now a few months ago, or I don't know, it's over. It's some tennis document where they were following Kyrgios and some players inside. So you can get a little bit closer perspective of those typical Hollywood movies without some facts. But those two are my best, especially as one book. I only appreciate one book. This is Fischer versus Russians, and also there is first edition and second edition, when you can see what they were saying about him, and how they were. First, usually you have they were just in the book. They were following the tournaments where Fischer was playing against Soviet players. So only that type of person. If there is a tournament without Soviet players, then it was not covered in the book. So usually you have similar sentences. I don't know. Some player was sent after some good result in Soviet championship or somewhere. He was sent to an international tournament, because they couldn't participate so often before. He was sent to the tournament, for example, I don't know, let's say Holmov, and then you will get like a statement. The chapter starts, and for the first time I saw Bobby. I was surprised how tall he is, or it was a tall young boy who was always in suits and greeting us on our language, and I don't see anything wrong with them. So somehow this propaganda that he's so bad, and you can recall that when Misha Tal was ill in Curaçao candidates tournament, I think in 1963, 62 or 63, I'm not sure. So Misha Tal got ill, and the only person who visited from 8 players playing in that candidates tournament was Bobby Fischer. And there was that picture photo where they were sitting in the hospital at the bed and playing some chess, analyzing some games. So lot of things, different opinions. As I said, I'm a big fan of chess history and some top players. So I to follow. So I suggest, guys, from new movies, this Boris Gelfand movie we mentioned, this album 61, and also from Bobby Fischer, Bobby Fischer, Anything to Win, and Bobby Fischer Against the World. This was my suggestion. The book, Fischer versus Russians.
Quite interesting information, guys. Be sure to write it down. Maybe write it in the chat so I don't forget them as well.
Yes, Drive to Survive, I'm getting this one. Yes, this one is increased a lot of interest for Formula One, and now they have this ball something, this Netflix about tennis players routine, how they play the matches and so on. So I'm eager to see, of course, after the Last Dance we were following, and the Queen's Gambit, the Last Dance in the pandemic. Now I'm ready to watch those two. This one about tennis. So chess players, maybe we will get some new one as well. So Queen's Gambit was from some older former times. Now we might wait for some top player to see how he's preparing, how is he doing.
Chess became so popular with the Queen's Gambit for the masses, let's say. I think there will be a bigger interest for this profession.
Exactly. There are different type of players. There are players who are workaholic, but okay, there is a different routine. It's not the same when you are doing this, for example, during some classical tournament, open tournament, European Championship, World Champion. Then you have candidates where only one person gets the spot. There was famous I would say this candidates tournament in London was, I would say, the best tournament I've seen for, I don't know, how, maybe in the modern times, where Magnus was just in the driving seat, everything was under control. Yeah, breakpoint. I'm getting a good answer.
Somebody's helping us out.
Yeah, breakpoint is about tennis. So this candidates tournament, when Magnus was just leading the field, everything was okay, and then he lost the game against Ivanchuk, who actually was having a bad tournament. I think he was close to last or something like this. And then suddenly in the last round, Magnus is playing against Fiedler with white, and Ivanchuk is playing with Kramnik, and then you have situation that Kramnik was following a bit. He needs to follow the game of Magnus. Magnus needs to follow a game of Kramnik. Kramnik was playing, I think, Pirk defense. At some stage, he decided to go for all in, because he thinks that if he draws, that Magnus will make a draw again against Fiedler, and Kramnik will be second. And then suddenly Fiedler played a brilliant game against Magnus in this Rui Lopez fantastic style. Fiedler won, but Kramnik lost against Ivanchuk. So Ivanchuk in the last two rounds has won against the first player and against the second player, which was not so common to see before. But this is typical for team events. So you're playing in four players team, and suddenly you see that your player, this is what happened to me many times, suddenly you see that your player is in bad position, and you think that you need to risk, and you do, and somehow the position doesn't go your way, and then you are overstepping the risk, the line, and suddenly you're lost, and your player came out of the problem, and you are the one who was actually deciding the match, because you took too big risk, and now you are losing while your teammate is winning, and so on. So this happens so many times. This is typical.
But you have to do it now when you're playing for a team.
Exactly. But it's not easy to decide, because we are watching from the side. Sometimes I cannot dig deep into the position. I can just make some I would say personal maybe opinion that my friend is in bad position about. That's why I'm always commenting this body language and everything. So let's say that I'm teammate now. Let's choose some board. Where are two players? Let's say this board. Which one you want to choose? Give me some board.
I don't know, board number 8, let's see.
Let's say board number 8. I would see, maybe my player with black pieces, he's worried. Position, okay, slight plus for white. She will hardly win this one and we need a win, I will risk on my board. And maybe in 2 hours we will see
a completely different result.
Yeah. So it's not easy. I cannot go deep. I don't know the preparation. Maybe we were discussing some lines together, but I don't know all the stuff. And suddenly you are creating some opinion, sometimes against some I don't know, crazy lines, and then you need to decide what to do in your game.
Yeah, that's why I found it so strange last year at the Olympiad. We couldn't ask our coaches if we were proposed a draw. We couldn't ask the coach if we should agree or not, and it was, a very tough situation because, as you just mentioned, like it cannot be easy to follow all 4 boards, and yes. I'm not sure that I can evaluate my own correctly, let alone the rest of the
This is you're raising now important topic. So what's the case? So for example, before it was important that you had good, strong player, grandmaster as a captain, because he would start to evaluate position and saying to you, offer a draw or accept a draw, and so he needs to be.
That was his role, main role.
But now the role has changed. Now the role is maybe even more complicated. The role is to find the books, so many books to read while you are waiting the game. So you could see some players, grandmasters who are now sitting in their chairs reading the books. And second, maybe even tougher role is to decide. You need to bring coffee. You could spill it. Also chocolates. There was one video where one captain was bringing coffee to his team, while at the same time opponent is reacting with chocolates and so on. So just giving chocolates to player. So we suddenly have top grandmasters who are providing chocolates or coffee. Of course, this is ridiculous. But if either there is athletes commission, that might be a role of athletes commission to give some opinion. There is trainers commission could give some opinion about. But the point is, they don't want that now you could interrupt the games, that you can stop the game by claiming making a draw offer outside help. Also maybe possible connected with cheating or not cheating. There are some signs and so on. So they try to remove this. But now the role of trainer, who is paying some license, who is going to some competition, now it's very questionable because we have rating. It is not the same like in football, because in football you need to say this one left winger is better than that one, because you don't have like this clear measure. Okay, you have some measures, but not so exact. Here, I think the US has this system that they just make best 5 on ratings. Computer could do it. You don't need a team captain. But to make the role of team captain, I was thinking which option. If you would ask me, give me like 5 days. I'm not paid for that. There are people who are paid in FIDE or involved in some officially in some commissions and so on, who have this responsibility to find some ideas. But if you would ask me to give my opinion, I would say the role is we can just remove captains. That's one option, and then.
Okay, they're helping out with the preparation.
Yeah, but then you have trainers, the preparational players, not captains. But what you could do, you could, for example, I gave one opinion, but of course this is complicated to do it. Let's say that I'm a captain of, I don't know which team. Let's say Georgian team, and I have Zagnizde, Danilyan, and then we get the pairings in team competition. We get pairings that Georgia is playing against Armenia. And we are choosing, or I don't know, every round different captain is, let's say, white or home, or chooses making decision, and then I can decide on board one will be white or black. And then as a captain, I need to check the repertoire, I need to consult my players, I need to give some decision, and then the match I decide I can have this decision. I decided on first board we are black, because I think or Croatia, the Šarić can resist with black, but on second board as white. So I need to be some kind of educated or player who can maybe make some decision by getting some facts from opponents' play, from profile of opponents, and then I'm making at least some decision, and maybe to have more substitutes. But of course, this costs more and so on. But this is the only way how I see that some team captain, experienced team captain, can be involved in a process. Not during the game. I think we can forget it. I think that won't exist anymore. Because
well, if this rule continues to survive, then
yeah, okay. And I'm not interested of bringing coffee and chocolates. Players can do that
by themselves. Yeah.
So sometimes it's pity to see the players like, let's say Boris Gelfand or I don't know, Ivan Sokolov now, who won Olympiad with Uzbekistan, Sergei Movsesyan, Luke Van Velde, and then to see that they are bringing Borki Predovic for Austria, there was 2650 and more players bringing coffee and chocolate. I don't know. I find this sad. I find this sad. But as I said, there should be some concept behind. I see only that one somehow during pairings, or that you can have some options to choose with your team what you could do.
I agree.
But as mentioned, I'm not involved with FIDE. I don't have any connections there. I'm not have any role, so it's not my business. There are some people who are involved officially and paid for that.
We're sure that this question has been asked. So.
Yeah. So, no questions in chat. Let's check. Let's check the moves, and then we will see whom we will bring. Yes. So this one, knight h5, looks nice for black. Of course, white can start with this way, trying to play with some additional space in her position. This is going on as expected. Knight will be transferred to g3. Good position for black, good position for white. There are some positions you are happy to play with white and happy to play with black, but there are some positions as a player you hate, as white as black. I don't want to play Marozzi with white or black, or I don't want to play some other lines. Wait, I jumped wrongly. Okay, this is so classical. Bishop comes to e4, but okay, still white can go out with her rook, move bishop, and then try to move away with knight. At the time, black can even exchange knight for the bishop and just place her pawns on the light squares. But we will see what will happen there. Which one? Okay, this is getting always in this direction. Just clock. Okay. Black is thinking a lot. You are on your own. You easily solve this situation. Yeah.
No biggie.
Yeah, no big deal here. Where are black pawns?
Missing.
Yeah. So, superb preparation by Rauf Mamedov. Greetings to Rauf. Hopefully he watches us. If this is all preparation, then congratulations.
Good job.
Yeah. Here looks good for black, looks good for white. Typical stuff. This one, the same. I like the knight on d6. The knight is in this structure, Kasbah structure, which it's known from Kramnik's game. He will either transfer it this way or that way. Knight is perfectly placed on d6. This one, if it was prepared by engines will say that white is like 0.70 better here, but I love this position with black, and I think this assessment is not wrong, but this assessment is connected that at some stage he's claiming that he's better, that white is better by just playing some rook d1, rook b1, rook c1. So engines, they don't have the plan, and human won't play this way. And some stage after this, let's say, pawn pushes happen on each wing, suddenly white is not sure what is the next plan and start ruining his position or her position with white. This is typical. So in engines, in every position, love to take on e5. Who is programmer? I don't know, congratulations, but in every position, d5, d5. But when I'm black, I'm so happy, because when d6, d4, I always need to think about d4, d5, c5, but engines always de, and then 0.60, and you play with white. But long term, it's sometimes easier to play with black. Clock, okay, still. So greeting to Dennis Wagner.
The Wagner family.
Yes, he knows probably better now than me what's going on there, but this is just my opinion. Here, 2 bishops, although this square is available for black. I don't know how to say. This is this known king's attack style, knight g4, but usually it's unpleasant if white pushes h6, because then black needs to play g6, and that means that for the endgame it's very tough, because when you place the pawn on a6, in every endgame you have chance, because some h-pawn or f4 will drop. So usually they defend this way. Even they play queen d8, but they defend this way, so it's possible. But this was played in many games of top players. Gunina playing aggressive chess, as you, Dragana, mentioned, as one of your favorite players in this tournament, if we consider the style. Attacking style. Another one, no strange that she's having tough position, complicated battle. I like black, but it's very hard to say. Laura is also a player who likes to have a complicated battle. We will see this h4. Morozevich, Nepo, Ivanišević and all other players move. Fiona against Sophie. Oh, Rouser, I forgot about my book. Bishop d7, f3, f4 is the main move and the most critical one, although f3 is possible. Now Magnus in his game against Vichy Anand played knight d4, so she's taking these footsteps, but I was playing so many moves. b5, h6, I think it's a reasonable move which we covered in our book. So many options. Kozul played so many games, me as well. One of my biggest victory is here. I was mentioning before, I won against Smirnov, who was 26-60 player in the Dresden individual championship. I won a last round match, and then I secured a tiebreak. Pity at that time by Buchholz you couldn't qualify, so I needed to play tiebreak. I played, and then tiebreak was decided with some toss, I don't know how. And then I got Elyanov, 27-20 player at that time. And then what happened, I'm playing against Elyanov, and I see next, I just took a look of the board next. The board next is Markuš, Serbian Grandmaster, against no one. Because Halifman was against Rapid, he was the world champion, FIDE World Champion, he was considering this Rapid, that this is not fair, you're playing classical chess and suddenly you have a rapid chess, and he just didn't arrive. And then I said, why I'm not so lucky, I need to play like 27-20 player, maybe even more at that time, and well, the same, just one board next to me. While next to me, the guys, Markuš is a good guy, nice guy, good grandmaster, is not having an opponent at all. Yeah, and that event was won by Tkachev, and first place was shared by, I think, 6 or 7 players, Duško Pavasović, Sakaev, I don't know who else, and I was trailing by half a point, sharing, I think, 7 till 40th place, something like that. It's 160 grandmasters, 400 players. It was a really huge event, and I played really well. But it was not easy to qualify, and I was a little bit depressed after I lost this match against Elyanov. and then I was sitting in the bar, and I said I lost qualification spot, I lost prize, everything. And then Victor Bologan was coming, and he heard what I'm saying, and then he asked me +4, because +4 it's 6 and +4 was 7.5 points. No, +4 yes, 7.5 points out of 11. I said yes. Go to your for your prize. I didn't know that prize for sharing, that you are only playing for spots. So it was a little bit better, but
something,
still,
at
yes,
least something. At
least some 2,000 euros came. Yeah. So this was my game against him. Also, I played in Sarajevo, great tournament where Van Gaal has won the tournament. I lost against him, but I won against sadly tragic Finnish tragic player Dima Svetushkin. I won against him in this line. Tragically, he has died, I think, a few years ago. Pity, but very good player, interesting player. And I played this line against him in Sarajevo, this h6. F4 is the main line, and the most challenging one, F3, knight d4, queen d4, as I mentioned, played by Magnus. I think Magnus played queen c7. No, maybe bishop e7. Queen c7 next. Yes, h4, b5. Usually in this position, yes, h5 is okay. The idea is, if white returns the bishop, you play bishop c6, and after g5 you come to d7, you're taking this place. And I played this against Karyakin, but a little bit different in rapid in Aeroflot Open. I played this trick. It was let me recall. No, I played bishop b7. Just trying to recall. G4, b5, something like this. How I solved him that trick. I'm trying to recall. I will remember. Maybe it was like this. He was playing. He was transferring the bishop. Rook d8, and then I maybe like this. I think this was the trick. I solved him, but it was a blitz game. I lost the game, but similar. So maybe h pawn is. I'm not sure it was this position. Maybe it is. And black is better. This is one of tricks. It's nice. You can check even on YouTube. There is the game was recorded. So
some similar motives as we've seen yesterday with the two
yes,
games
exactly.
on the file.
So h file. This is also typical. Engines always tend to push pawn to h6. This is for them the best, because probably the programmers say the closer the pawn is to the last promotional square is better. But then after h6, sometimes g6, and then black start to attack on the other wing. Of course, computers have improved in the meantime, but at some stage this was always pushing this h6, always. But okay, maybe here it works. Now maybe black should maybe play some h6 and trying to get dark square strategy. Okay, queen c5 now maybe is also a possibility, but then queen d2 will follow, we will see. That's it. I would say just check the cameras. What do we have there? Is there any comment in the chat? I don't see any new questions, remarks. Guys, you can ask us. Players are concentrating. Maybe we can make a break.
Yeah, we can make a short break, and then we can have a short interview as well.
Yeah, exactly. So
stay with us, guys. We'll be back soon.
See you soon.
Hi guys, welcome back. As you may have seen, I'm very excited to introduce our new guest, Grandmaster Ioannis Papaioannou. Thank you very much for coming to the studio.
So nice to be invited, and I'm very glad to be here.
Yes, he is four-time Greek champion, peak rating, as we've just mentioned, 2652. You're still above 2600 line. You're the #1 Greek player even now on the FIDE list. Played, of course, many national championships, many Olympiads and European championships.
In fact, as a matter of fact, I count my life in Olympiads. I have played 11 Olympiads so far, and they would have been 13. But in 2020, there was no Olympiad due to Corona. And in 2022, I missed the Olympiad just 2 days before the start. I got Corona myself, and sadly I had to be replaced. I was suffering all alone in the middle of the summer without any chess games, but what can you do?
Okay, so we hope to see you in Budapest, I guess, as well, right?
What
First
can I say?
Budva
Yes,
this year.
yes. If everything is okay.
Yeah. Maybe any favorite Olympiad from those 11?
My favorite, I would say, in terms of performance, I would say in 2018 in Batumi, Georgia, and in terms of the best organized Olympiad that I can remember from all these Olympiads was in 2016 in Baku, in fact. But I have to be honest, I heard very good things about the Olympiad in Chennai in 2022, but I haven't been there. I have no right to speak.
I have to say that the organization of the team championship in Crete was also a good one. So
yes, we have very nice food there too. Yes, in Creta.
Definitely. I know that you're doing a lot of coaching recently, and we've mentioned that one of your students was Tsolakidou Stavroula, who is actually playing on the 8th board today. Can you share a little bit more about the experience of coaching her?
Of course, yes. I have trained Stavroula, which is a young superstar, not only in terms of chess abilities, but also as a person, a very bright, intelligent, and wonderful human being. She's very well known, of course, in the chess scene of Greece and maybe all over the world. I have trained her for 5 consecutive years, from 2014 until 2019, and she even got, at that time, 2 of her 3 world youth titles, under 16 and under 18. She was world champion, and several times she took medals in European youth championships and all this. And after that, she went to the United States on these famous scholarships, and she's studying there. As far as I know, she is close to graduating, and she studies psychology, and a bright future is awaiting for her, I'm sure, inside and outside of the chessboard.
Yeah, greetings to Stavroula, if she will be rewatching this afterwards.
I'm sure she will.
She's a great friend of mine, so I definitely agree of the brightness of the personality of hers. Maybe we can share a few other names. Whom were you working with, if it's not a secret, of course?
Well, at this moment, I wouldn't like to say names, but I have worked with some of the players in the past. Here I'm mainly doing some other chess work. Some of it is, in fact, unconnected with the tournament here. So, in my presence, I combine some chess training, some chess lectures maybe, and even some vacations together with it.
That's great to hear. We also know that, let's say, you're also working with a lot of people whom you don't know, since you're having too many courses. And I know that you have the Catalan one on Chess24. I know that you have a Scandinavian one on the Chess World, if I'm not mistaken. Then you're working for the Modern Chess as well. Do you maybe have a favorite course? And is it the Catalan?
Favorite course? Let's say one course which nobody so far asked me to do, and I don't know why. I really love the Najdorf, and I can teach it very well, even at the highest possible level, I believe. That would be a very nice idea for the future, because I spend hours and hours and hours on this opening, and you know what? what I generally feel is that I want to share knowledge, and if I don't, I have always been saying that if I don't do that, I feel that I'm going to explode eventually with so much chess knowledge in my head, and it's pointless to just keep it for myself. I need to share it.
Yeah, and we're very happy and very glad that you actually do. I mentioned a few days ago in the stream that I managed to win a game a few years ago with watching the commentary of some World Championship, I think, where you were there as well, some Bishop D3 Caracan. And
oh, I see.
The guy forgot to play A6. I had some Knight B5 and I managed to win quickly. I'm so grateful for that preparation of yours.
Very nice. I even understand exactly what you mean. Knight A3, A6, and then Knight C2 is what was supposed to be played, right?
Yes. But suddenly some Knight B5.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that there are a few friends of mine who are actually watching this and who are watching your courses as well, and they wanted to know what is the best way to prepare before the tournament. We know that we have to work consecutively, but right before the tournament,
I will give you my opinion, and I will share my knowledge, and if I may say, my wisdom after so many years of presence in the chess world, way over 30 years of presence. Before that, of course, it always depends on which is the player, what are the goals, all these play a role. But generally speaking, before the tournament, we should focus not, for example, on studying opposite color bishop endgames, yes? Before the tournament, let's say about at least 1 month before the tournament, we should mainly focus, in my opinion, on openings, which means repeating the openings that we already know, and maybe studying some other new lines, minor lines or whatever. And the second one, we should try to keep sharp by studying tactics. These two things, tactics and opening preparation. And when the tournament is finished and there is a long way away, you can analyze games, you can study end games and all these, but not while the tournament is approaching. Mostly tactics and theory.
And the rest should be done on time, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Also, I know that you have over 1,000 hours of commentary in your career in Greek as well as in English. I'm sure that the viewers have seen you already in that role and that they were enjoying very well. You must enjoy it too, right?
Yes, I like it very much. As I said a while ago, I very much like to share my knowledge with people and to help the players to improve, and also other trainers to share opinions with them. So I really enjoyed it. We started very early, around 2012, if I remember correctly, maybe 2011. I started commenting on the Greek Youth Championships, an action which was totally new at that time. And if you can believe, in some of them it was the whole thing was at such an early stage that we didn't even have image. You couldn't see me, you could only hear me and see the chessboard, if you can believe. Yes. And I would be there all alone in a very warm room, if I remember, in the middle of the summer, if I remember correctly, commenting on moves, and for hours, all alone, me and one computer and the table, because those were, the first days of commentary, and we all commentators at that time, were still trying to figure out what it is all about. But generally people liked it very much, and it seems that people needed. There is a lot of room for that, and many great commentators. I have seen many wonderful commentaries, very entertaining, very educative, and with a lot of insights and with a lot of nice stories. They are all over the world, and now we can enjoy them thanks to technology. Yes. Yes,
that's very good. I'm going to leave you in the safe hands of Aloisi, and guys, I know that you will enjoy this commentary duo. So stay with us. We will continue, I think, right away. Yeah.
Yeah, come Yanis, you can sit next to me. There are some games in progress. Welcome. Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I'm glad to have you here. We will go through the games. Of course, I know you from the tournaments, teams, and so on. Croatia have played. We have played many times against Greece. Do you recall some match?
I think I have made a draw with Ivan Saric many years ago in some Olympiad or something. It was some Scandinavian, but I'm not even sure. It was
2010, we played Croatia-Greece. I think you played against Stevic. It was Stevic. It was some, you were white or something, or
some Queen's Gambit accepted.
Exactly.
Yes,
you offered some pawn sacrifice.
That was 2010.
2010 in Hanti Masiska. I played against Halkias. It was a draw, I remember. On the fourth board, you were playing first board. But I was impressed, for example, in European championships when you were playing against top players like Aronian. How they, or even I don't know, maybe you will recall some other names. How you were, although like not on that rating level, but you were a tough opponent for all of them.
Well, yes, I am a person that is kind of tough to beat, but you are not really threatened to lose by me. You know, my play is always around equality, maybe slightly better, maybe slightly worse. It's a matter of style, I don't know. It's always great opportunity to play with such tremendous players. I like to see how they are thinking, and you know, just to be honest, sometimes when we reach technical positions, I really have this temptation to tell them, okay, now I stop. Maybe you can play for both sides. I would like to see how you can do it.
I understand.
I really feel tempted sometimes.
I have a big respect because you were similar like a Croatian team. Players around 2600, but fighters you could win against like strong teams with you, with Banikas, with Halkias and all other Mastro Vasily brothers, all other players. So now these days you are more focused for this part of the game, which I'm glad to hear. Okay, let's go through the game. So first game, I think you can recognize what has happened
yes,
here.
Yes. To be honest, I haven't on purpose. When I start, when I'm present at commanding during the round, on purpose, I don't have not even the slightest look at any of the games, so that they will be very fresh to me. You understand?
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. That's why here I just made one comment that I played this a lot with black, and this A4, A5 looks so sexy, so appealing. But later, then you ask yourself, and if we check now, was this an improvement or not? But everyone likes to push this A5, A4. I don't know what's your opinion there. This was maybe your style position with white.
Yes, but I never got to like the G3 variation against fianchetto setups. For no particular reason, it just didn't happen. But I like this setup for white against E6, of course, and knight F6 in the Catalan. So here, but we see typical stuff, bishop H3.
Exactly.
White wants to play knight D2 without exchanging bishops, very typical ideas.
Now maybe even bishop F3 can happen. We will see what will black do. But let's move to maybe some more interesting. This one was Italian game. This known stuff. I would let's say that there are players who are ready to play D5 immediately, and others who not. I don't know about your opinion.
I will tell you, there are generally two philosophies in the Italian with bishop C5. One which is based on concrete knowledge and theory by black, and one which is based mostly on general understanding and maneuvering, like variations with A6 and bishop A7 and or even A5, but especially A6, where there is of course some theory, but it's mostly based on understanding, you know, move orders and all this.
How would you explain? Sorry for interrupting. How would you explain to, let's say, some players who are trying to get some knowledge of this Italian game? Why rook E1? Why first H3? Why A4? For so many many
details. Let's say one should not understand and know completely everything. Maybe it's not absolutely important. You will show some examples, they will understand some basic ideas, and that would be enough. The rest they may come to understand during the game, maybe even. Yes.
Yeah, and you wanted just to conclude something about this position, or yeah. So now a concrete play, but seen in so many games. Sacrifice, but this is also known.
I remember I don't play this like this with black or with white. I remember some game by Anish Giri though, who won with white some end game or something.
Yes, sometimes those 3 pawns are just moved off the board, and then black is playing with pawns against pieces. So let's briefly take a look. Probably this is something we are more familiar because you are D4 player, me as well. Bishop F4 they do play?
Yes. There is, in fact, even an article in New in Chess in similar situations. The idea after bishop f4, if he castles, is to play g4 at some moment.
Always,
this typical stuff.
Always against h6 guys. If the pawn was on h7, then g4 is not so strong, but with h6, g4 is always...
This g4 philosophy, it's kind of modern in the chess world. I remember I have seen one game during some Olympian many years ago when I saw this move g4 and I nearly had a heart attack in some position where people were unfamiliar with such moves. They would look like beginner moves, but already for many years now they are typical grandmaster practice.
So who is, let's say, who is the big fan of this type? I would maybe name one, maybe Mamedyarov.
Aronian, definitely. And Greek grandmaster Halkias is, he always likes to play such
G4 stuff.
Yes, me, I never ever play such moves. My style is different. I prefer to avoid them.
You leave this to other persons. Yes. So d4, d takes c4, knight h5, and now white has a little bit more space, but okay, we will see. I prefer white. I don't know about you.
Of course. Yes. Easily slightly better. Black's idea should be obviously to play b5 and bishop b7 and c5 if she can handle it.
Yes, okay. Let's move on. This one is much more challenging, but this is so topical. Everyone is playing this Ragozin now these days.
Yes.
Yeah. It became like a main line.
This is a very nice idea, the Ragozin opening, although I have never played it. I have huge respect for it, and it's the best combination. There is always combination of safety and chances to win. For example, there is one opening like the Queen's Gambit, which tends to be very safe, but you don't have many chances to win. There is the King's Indian, you have many chances to win, but there is absolutely no safety. Yes. So the opening that combines in the best possible way solidity and safety, but also having winning chances is in fact the Ragozin.
Yes, actually I was surprised how many players have found this opening, their opening. So players around 2500 something till 2650, they found this is opening for me. Like you said, because of the problems, they were not happy with King's Indian because it was so risky, and sometimes in King's Indian, in this blocked position, you tend to maneuver, you go backward, and somehow you lost this feeling for going forward. While at the same time some Queen's Gambit were not their cup of tea. So Ragozin become like an independent.
Exactly. Yeah. It's somewhere in the middle of the spectrum between tremendously risky opening and tremendously passive opening. Exactly. This is somewhere in the middle.
Exactly. Yes, so okay, this is also some kind of mix of Slav defense, Nimsa Indian, so we will see what will happen here, but this is some pawn sacrifice, or on c5 is hanging, okay, bishop a5 still looks better, much better for white, unless there is something. But
I would agree. Let's try a move like queen c8 here, for example,
c8 with
which
the
makes
idea
sense.
You want to show that you're stopping this, you're going back, but still b6 is not threatened, but at least you're threatening to come out, maybe even to b5 with your bishop. Okay.
What to do now? Take on e4 maybe?
Okay, of course there is one possibility. I see that you already see that you can build a battery, g6. Now queen comes to h4, but is there, or g4? Probably it's, and then h4 will come.
Yes. This is a nice kind of advantage for white, yes?
Yes. Okay, let's move on. I was joking that since Black was, let's say, till this moment blitzing her move, I was sending greetings to Rauf Mamedov, her wife, and let's say, Rauf, if you are watching this, I don't know, are you happy? But on clock, it was much in Black's favor. So two pawn sacrifice, right? But strong point that. So that Black is building some initiative.
Yes, and there is not a very safe place for the white king. He cannot castle long, and she will castle short eventually.
I
but
understand.
Another sacrifice in g4 with check even, yes?
Yes, so this is some superb play, huh? So is there anything better than moving the king? I guess not. And then rook g8.
Rook g8 is coming.
Very, let's say, modern treatment, right?
Yes.
This is This is very interesting to see. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
and quite often, like in this position, what is the objective evaluation of the position by the computer? It doesn't really matter because practically it is very unclear. Yes,
exactly.
Players don't know that during the game what is really happening, and practically it's, as we say, you, me, and the chessboard. Yes, and strong nerves are needed here.
Exactly. I got your point. Okay, also the position, either you like it, I like to play with white those positions, but there are players who are happy to play, like Richie Rapport and some others who are happy to play the black. So
this is the Queen's Gambit with h6. In fact, I like this opening very much. It is, I know it very well with black. It is playable, kind of new fashion. And this is the Catalan version of it, as I can see. Yes, Catalan with h6. This opening is quite playable for black, in fact.
I know that after Catalan, G3 it's possible to play it this way. So they just made it on a higher level. Let's do it immediately.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And this is playable 100%. It is, of course, risky. But anyway, when white plays the Catalan, if black wants to go to play for a win somehow, he or rather she needs to take some risks also, yes?
How do you comment that so many players are struggling against Catalan? Because there is no direct encounter, forced lines. Okay, there are some, but...
Well, because white is slightly better, I would say. That's why. Yes. Yeah. Because it's a very interesting, objectively powerful opening, and the philosophy is that we are not, players with the white pieces are not playing tremendously for a win, but they are always on the safe side. Black can win a pawn practically with 3-4 different ways, but all these ways are extremely risky.
And it actually also depends about the style. There are some players, Kramnik, who will... Okay, let's say 80% play a little bit slow game, but on 20% he would sacrifice a lot. Or Magnus, the same, but there are some players who are just playing positionally. They're not in, and there are some super aggressive players like Zdenko Kozul, my competitor, who would sacrifice pawns and play Catalan, exchange down.
I remember, down. Yes, I have seen many games.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this one. It seems that they were blitzing the moves, but okay, knight on d6, I was saying, is always good in this Cambridge structure. Cambridge Springs. Carlsbad structure, okay. They were blitzing the moves. I don't know if everything was so forced, but...
I don't know, black seems to be doing okay, but...
Sacrificing the pawn on b7, but counter-attacking on b2.
Counter-attacking. Of course, we cannot give a definite assessment. We need, as I always say, to sit over the board without thinking for 20 minutes and without talking for 20 minutes and produce the best move according to what we think. But this practically is impossible in live commentary. This has to be understood always by the audience.
We are trying to give our patterns. Let's say now in this position, why we are giving you this blitz opinion, because we see isolated pawns, some square around, we see two bishops, connected rooks, not so safe, h7 would help a little bit better, but okay, king summers, and we see that actually there are no big threats around. This is how we form for our opinion. But as you said, some move might turn the tables.
Of course.
Yes, some bishop h4, knight g3, whatever. Yes. Okay, let's see Greek player. Probably you are interested. I was mentioning this. In engines will always give you d takes e5, give you 0.70, and then suddenly in your game you just... Not easy to build a plan. Actually, I like how black played this position. I don't know about you, it looks to me. This was played by Larsen, but usually d takes he was heading for an endgame. So queen c2 is something a bit new for me.
Yes, also for me.
But
I
like.
Generally, yes. This you can get very similar positions also by the bishop e2, bishop e3 move order. Yes. White is trying to avoid the move h3, as it seems.
But anyway, if this would be some kind of revolutionary better for white, then of course white can always play this in king's Indian. Black should be fine, but of course I like how she played, how she arranged. This is very instructive. Very instructive how she rearranged pieces. So now at some stage, if this plan happens, we will see. So she wants maybe to do it differently, but anyway.
Either king h7, some h4 ideas for.
I like this position, and I'm not strange that black is now not low, but okay, white. That white is low on tie, that black is ahead, because it's much easier to play. You know your next 5 moves with black.
Exactly. I don't like the positioning of the king to g2 in this. I would prefer to have a bishop on g2 and maybe find time to play some h4, bishop h3. I believe this bishop on f3 is kind of misplaced.
Yes. Yes, she will need to lose so much time if she already is late for that.
Look, what to do with this bishop on f3, for example.
So, and every push, of course, you can push c5, but now you're missing knight on c4 to jump on d6, which won't happen so easily.
It's interesting to notice we play c5. Our knight from c3 is located theoretically very close to c4, but still it takes way too many moves to go to c4.
Exactly. But I was mentioning this yesterday, I think a few days ago. Sometimes players are missing, or let's say players who are not on like a higher level, they are missing the goal. We as chess players, we see the position, and then we are finding the route. They are sometimes surprised, how do we find the route to see? No, first we see that we want to go somewhere, and then route comes to our mind. It's not easy to immediately find the route without a goal. Okay, she seems doing well. This one should be, I think Botvinnik would be happy, maybe Capablanca as well, but of course it's also, it looks safe for black, I don't know.
Yes, here, I don't know, maybe some b4, maybe some e5, okay, all these moves come into
or just
into
maybe just move the bishops and start to move the doing.
And you would say white is slightly better, for example, or what? Yes?
I would say, but of course, I was asked actually, maybe you can help me. I was asked by, not I was asked directly, but Ivan Ljubic, tennis player called Adore Chess, he asked one question, top players, he asked, when this bishop pair, on which level this bishop pair is some kind of factor?
Before he would even ask this question, I hear very often, players with a rating of 1200 or 1300 talking about the pair of bishops or talking about isolated pawns and at the same time blundering pieces. Yes?
Exactly.
So what I recommend, it is good for a young player to know that there is such a thing called pair of bishops or isolated pawn. It's always useful. But there are far more important things. So I would say, ask yourself, I'm referring to the audience, to each one of you personally, ask yourself, how many games have you won so far due to the pair of bishops, and how many games have you lost so far due to the pair of bishops? I'm afraid that the answer might be 0 and 0. So it is a factor that you should acknowledge that it exists, but don't pay so much attention. I would say from a rating of 2250, 2300 and on, it starts being an important factor. Of course, for grandmasters, it goes without saying that this is very important.
Yes, advantage factor, like important thing. Yeah, I fully agree. But of course, they hear this something, and then
yes, I can tell you in particular about the isolated pawn. It is in Greece, in my country, the most tortured pawn in the world. Everybody blocks it, attacks it, rearranges it, and when they finally win it, they don't know what to do. Yes?
There was one famous story that the Croatian club was playing in former Yugoslavia, and that time when there was a adjournment, and there was one important game, and all those grandmasters usually sometime making some draws and then trying to help on those lower boards to help to win the match. And then was one game which was adjourned, and there was so big discussion that how white can, with some important details, maybe get advantage with the knight against the bishop with subtle maneuvering. And then the round started, and the first move was blunder of that knight. And then one player was coming to visit the event and said, telling to others, it seems that we didn't look it properly. White doesn't have a knight.
By the way, I believe you are way too young and you have never played
I was once at the tournament which had this was last time.
Where older people were playing, because I have played in my life around 7 unjoured games, and this is my complaint, and I will never get to change it, to correct it. I have never won an ardured game in my life. They were always losses or draws in positions that were much better for me. Unfortunately.
So you were not the guy who was dealing too much during the night.
Other players, like players of Russia or of even Soviet Union at that time, they had a huge, they had many people working for them. They would analyze 10 players together or 5 players together. How could you compete with them?
I understand. Yes. But there was one funny story that one grandmaster, I think from Serbia, he was never resigning German games, trying to prolong as much as he could, lost position, because at the table he would be at standings, he would be on better place.
Yes.
So 2 games still in progress, he's completely lost, but on table there is no 0 yet. So Lilith against Lela. Okay, I was mentioning one question, concrete question. You know the position, I'm pretty sure you know the position. Would you play with black h6 to stop or to allow it?
I would allow h6. I wouldn't play h6 because this it gives if you play h6, it gives easier target either with knight g4 or with g4 and g5. We have to say that generally the computer is always very optimistic for black's chances in this position because it's some kind of reversed King's Indian, and the computers, as is well known, they hate King's Indian. So in a normal King's Indian, they consider white to be much better, and in a reversed King's Indian, they consider black to be better, no matter what.
You are mentioning now reverse King's Indian. There was one. Okay, for me it was like an important game. Bobby Fischer played in Vinkovci in Croatia, 1 round robin. There was some local player. You can check that game, guys. Nicolit Fischer. He played reverse King's Indian. He played normal King's Indian. How he scored win in that game, breaking through with black, and this for me was memorable. You can check because he just burned everything on the queen side, then just focused on king side. However, I frankly speaking, I'm a grandmaster. I was never playing this type of position, but when I was preparing, for me it was very complicated to understand this position. To copy some idea, really it was beyond my understanding because it looked so complicated.
Yes, I don't have a clear answer myself. I would possibly play like black did. I would allow this h6.
Okay. So this is, of course, she's trying to do something on the other wing.
But black can always avoid this system. I surely do not know why it is necessary to enter. Like if we go a few moves, just g3, d5, bishop g2, there, okay. Bishop g2. No, already c5 is playable, but c6 is a very good option, or bishop f5. Yes. I mean, this e6... in a simplistic way, let's think. We are blocking our bishop from c8, and then we are struggling to develop it. In my view, e6, which of course theoretically it's correct 100%, but since it is a reversed system already, and c6 is a reversed torre, I think strategically is a very good idea to play c6 and either bishop f5 reversed London or bishop g4 reversed torre, because these are by definition quiet openings, and there the extra tempo by white may be get lost somewhere in the in some unimportant moves.
I understand. So guys, let's just switch to cameras while we are checking. Is there any question for our guest? In chat, you could do it. We could ask him even later. In some stage, you are here for 2 more days, maybe. You can answer. I will give you an answer from my guest, so you can do it in chat. If I see that someone is greeting, good to see Papa. Is it your nickname?
Pap, usually. Yes. Half of Greek is called Pap. Yes, Pap, like from Papa Ioannou, Papa Nicolaou, very similar.
So you are
names.
getting nice comments that you're best commentator.
Okay, whatever. Thank you very much.
Yes, so people are glad to hear you. I was commenting before body language. Sometimes it tells something. Sometimes there are different habits. What's your, let's say, experience? Are you maybe capable to recognize by body language some problems in some position, or you are not focused on that?
Yes. You know, yes. I have even witnessed some tricks by many players who are trying to let's say, to fish their opponent and make them show his feelings. Like, for example, let's say that I want to play the move knight f4 in one position, which seems way too good. And I have the feeling that my opponent has not seen it. I will tell you what I have seen many cunning players. So they reach for the knight to put it on f4, and at the same time they are looking at the opponent's face. And the opponent quite often makes a gesture of like... or something, then they put the piece back and they don't move it, they think again. But I have seen this happening many times, yes, this kind of trick. I'm really not into these kinds of tricks. I just play clear, straight chess and whatever happens.
Yes, but of course I was saying chess is a psychological game. We have a clock. Still, there is a regular thing in some tournament that you make a draw for at least after 30 moves. So there are some chances to do some psychological games. So many positions. Maybe I can just go quickly. You can just decide one. This is my favorite because I play Rouser. I wrote a book together with Denko Kozul. But if you have one that you want particularly... No, you can choose. You can choose.
Yes. As long as it is chess, I like everything.
Okay, so let's find some position maybe which is more strategical, because your tips might be very valuable there. Those ones are much more complicated. Let's try one to find one where it's in the openings. Sort of openings. Okay, let's say strategically this one.
Okay.
This one.
So, at first look, because everybody, every experienced or inexperienced player, first thing he will do is glance at the position and get a first, let's say, a first opinion about what is going on, which of course it might be completely incorrect, because it generally speaking, if black in these isolated pawn positions gets a pawn to d4, a safe pawn to d4, he tends to have a very good position. This is my knowledge. But of course, this is just a verbal argument. Yes, we are playing chess here. So
yes, I was giving some tips to our viewers. For example, that if you are a player who is trying to win, you usually want to either to create some flexibility, sometimes to exchange different type of pieces, that you have knights, your opponent has bishop, or vice versa. So it's already position where some side can outplay.
Some imbalances.
Imbalance, which is also thing. Of course, isolated pawn is one of the important. Also, sometimes I was saying about bishops, they are not familiar, or some of them, or some players are not familiar with the concept of empty bishop, because sometimes you have bishops who looks nice, but actually just going through the middle board, and opponent is avoiding those squares, and suddenly you have an empty bishop. So these things might help our viewers. So let's say how would you formulate a plan? Let's say that you are okay. You can choose one side. Let's say white or black.
Yes. First of all, as in most cases, a very important thing is concrete calculation. Yes, there are some things still to be calculated. For example, white played a4. Is she really threatening a5? This is one thing. Like after a5, bishop c7, for example, what is happening? b7 is dropping, or it's not dropping.
Okay.
So black may choose theoretically to ignore this threat and play a move like g5, h5, a very attacking move. But I'm not saying this is good. This can be a terrible mistake, of course. What other move? Of course, black can consider either a6, which is the easiest choice, or a5. But little by little, I'm starting to change camp. I start to have the feeling that white is better after all. I'm trying to figure out why. Still, I'm not sure. Maybe because black has unconnected rooks. The way I see it now, the rook on d8 is, for example, totally passive. And at some moment, black needs to do something with his rooks, which are also unconnected. Unconnected rooks tend to be much weaker, unconnected rooks. Here, black rooks are unconnected. Of course, if he doubles on the E line, then they are connected. So temporarily, this may cause
I was
problem.
okay. We don't need to dig into position. I was also telling to viewers that this concept you can give your opinion, because people think that sometimes to outplay opponent is important. Of course, you can do it by attacking, by making some combination, by slowly getting more space and squeezing. But this concept of exchanges, that somehow stronger players do see more how important it is to exchange pieces, to exchange stronger pieces for your weaker pieces, and so on. This is concept for some players are not familiar that how we think in the future, that we are thinking in that direction. Maybe you can give that opinion as well. For example, when you are attacked or you are attacking, how this concept.
For example, here White would very much like for black to be left with his bishop on b6 as the only minor piece. White can either have a knight against this bishop on b6 or even a bishop against this bishop on g6. I know some positions, for example, theoretically speaking, after bishop takes d3, which is not going to happen here, and e takes d3, then exchange the knights with each other, and then White has some concepts with h4 and h5, which I'm very familiar with, and black's bishop seems to be totally useless. Yes, out of play. These are just thoughts.
But these thoughts help us to move on. With those small tips, you are formulating concrete
yes.
play.
It takes experience. It takes years of studying other players' games, studying classical games, and playing yourself, playing bleach games, and then the amateur player or less experienced player, they start to have a better feeling about what is happening.
Okay, I think we will go for a break in a few let's say in a minute. Final conclusion about how you see this event, or let's say what do you expect?
Everything is very well organized so far, I believe, and what I hear, people are happy so far. Nothing much is happening. Very clear and nice play, good fighting games, and whoever deserves the most may her win the tournament.
That's fair. So guys, we will go for a break. I can say that was Pap, right?
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Better to say Pap. If you say Papaioannou, very difficult to spell it.
Okay, so see you soon. Thanks once again. It was a pleasure. Yeah. See you guys.
Krenuli smo opušteno. Onda smo pojačali tempo, jer smo osjetili da možemo više. Bilo nas je sve više i više. I to nam je dalo snagu da idemo dalje i još više. Uvijek tu, jedni za druge. Pravi prijatelji na istom putu. Zajedno već 15 godina ka vrhu. Emtel, imate prijatelje.
So, we are back, right?
Yeah, hi once again, guys. I know that you're a little bit disappointed that you see me here.
No,
instead
come
of
on.
Pop.
This is ridiculous statement.
But I was really enjoying the commentary as well. He's one of my favorite commentators too. So I was sitting right next to them, and I was being just like this and enjoying the show. So I guess that you enjoyed it too.
Yes, I did. I did for sure. In the meantime, let's check what's going on. But first, let's check the cameras. How people are acting. What do we have? Is there any drama already there? Do you see it, Dragana?
A lot of hands on their heads, which is okay. Let's say nothing out of the ordinary, no?
Yes. Okay. While we are considering the faces, the camera, any question in chat or comment?
Yes. Let's see the most recent one. Fabiano Caruana once said that he lost like 15 or more pounds or 7 kilos during a chess tournament. Did any of the commentators have such an experience? And because that could be a start of a new popular diet. Just play chess.
Okay, of course, when you're playing a tough game, really, guys, when I was playing against tough opponents and for hours you're feeling this encounter because the guy on the other part of the board is just trying to do everything he can to beat you, and it's so level and you are exhausted. Actually, really after those games, sometimes I'm not even in some kind of mood to have a dinner. So people are exhausted, and I'm pretty sure this is the case. Especially some open tournaments, there are even two rounds a day. So of course this is quite exhausting. But this 7 kilos during a chess tournament seems to me that it's not so regular. But of course, I would say that you are burning a lot of energy. So I'm not so familiar with...
I think they were measuring, was it Karpov or Kasparov? They had like similar results, like 5 kilos out of...
This match which lasts for 4 months or...
Okay, I don't know. I don't know, but...
Yeah, but of course you are feeling that you are tired. I don't know if the players are combining physical activity during the tournament, because many are doing that. I was doing this as well. Okay, there are some comments that you shouldn't go to sauna during a chess tournament because you're losing some energy. Also, that you shouldn't have a sun outside because it's also sucking up your energy. But I don't know. I don't know. So this is advice I got from some Grandmaster 26 plus rating. But actually, this balance is quite important, but I'm pretty sure that players are eating a lot during.
Yeah.
Of course, we are always in full board. I don't know. We are always in full board. I don't know about some tournaments. Now we have this in India where this was commentated. The players only had bed and breakfast, but I know during European tournaments that it's normal that we are having three meals arranged by the hotels. Although I have had some funny experience. For example, when you're playing some tournaments, there were 5-star hotels, 4-star hotel, 5-star hotel. I remember one tournament and European Championship long ago, and then the players were having like a normal breakfast, which is like a regular hotel breakfast. And you would have like 20 types of ham, cheese, I don't know, marmalade, whatever, even champagne, of course. And the guy was singing, the guy was playing piano and so on. And suddenly you go to lunch, and lunch was arranged by the organizer. Chess lunch. So you are on breakfast. You are with regular guests, and during lunch and dinner you are with chess. And then it was every day, not every day, but close to every day. It was some, I think, chicken combined with potatoes, but 4 potatoes. And then the lady was giving you potatoes, and sometimes these 5th potatoes get out of her hands and lands to your plate, and then she takes it back and have a regular.
She made a mistake.
So it was funny sometimes to see. So I don't know about the nutrition habits. But usually we are eating a lot, and there are some players who are trying to eat by eating, are moving their focus from the losses and just to, I don't know, or there are some who are not having lunch. I know, for example, my colleague Zdenko Kožuh is never taking lunch. There are some players who are not having breakfast. It's up to there are some players who are punishing themselves when they lose, they don't want to eat.
I had this situation like many years ago, I don't know, some World Youth Championship. I had a friend, she was my roommate, she's not playing anymore, but her mom was so strict that she would punish her if she doesn't win, that she cannot have dinner, which was, for myself at that point,
if you have a contact, I think you should contact some institution. But okay, let's see another question. So as I told, I know that exhausting, because also it's sometimes interesting after the tournament, while you are in process of playing, while you're in process of preparing, there is this adrenaline, and you don't feel how tired are you, because next day you are having a game. And then you come back home, and then you sleep for like 15 hours
straight.
Yeah, straight. So it's also quite common that you realize how tired are you only after the tournament. Okay, in my career I only played 3 tournaments in a row. That was my maximum. So like 27 games day by day. It's tough. That's why you need to be in shape. So, any question there? Let's check also. Carson also said that during the later years, experienced crashes during the latest again. Orange juices. Actually, I'm not thinking this is just an orange juice. I think it's some kind of special isotonic stuff, because in Croatian Olympic Committee, when Ivan Šarić became European champion 2018, I was discussing, because the lady, very experienced, connected with Croatian best athletes, medalists, Olympic medalists, was getting interest, and he got the support also for this part as a like a first I would say ranked athlete in Croatia, and we are part of Olympic Committee but non-Olympic sport. And then I was discussing with her, and then she was mentioning that there are different types of energy, isotonic things. You can put it on your tongue, under your tongue, or some other types. So I'm not sure that this is just a regular orange juice or it's also some isotonic. She told me that she doesn't believe that this is just a regular orange juice, but some isotonic liquid or something. I don't know exactly the things, but she was giving me those tips. Although I got some comments that basically I was sometimes drinking just coffee or some Coca-Cola, but the thing is, if you are getting, I think, too much sugar, then suddenly you are I don't know how to say exactly, you are hypo or vice versa in that situation. So you also doesn't need this, because then you need like 10-15 minutes to get over it, which you don't have. So you need to take something quickly, probably like in tennis, but not too much, because if you take too much, and also why I didn't like to take those chocolates, those coffee, because then my focus is on that. I'm thinking when to eat, what to eat, when to drink, when to take, not to take, and then it starts to disturb me, because my main motive was to play better, to focus on moves. So of course this should be like side thing, but in tennis they have strict. So after 2 games they sit and the bench and they can consume. But here you don't have exact part where you should, because probably they know after 1 hour you take this, after 2 hours you take that. But here in chess it's not so easy to define the critical turning point, how much you are exhausted, because the game can for example, last for 1 hour and you are in preparation, so you are not tired at all. So I was a bit confused when to take, when to start, since it started to distract me. At some point, I was just doing after the time trouble, and sometimes even nothing. But this is just my personal.
So whole game without any kind of bar or chocolate?
Yeah. I can play tennis match without. I can play, let's say, 2 hours without. I'm coming with water, and then actually I was having one training lesson with my fellow from my high school. He was 80 in the world in tennis, Roko Karanušić, and then we went to some kind of sort of training. It was sunny day. It was maybe even June. We were outside, and then I came to tennis court with my bag and with my rackets, and then he was calling the guy from the club, give him some water because he see that I don't know, but for me this is the way how I do it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, Rocco was a super talented guy, 80th in the world. Actually, he played against Nadal in second round in Australian Open and so on, but he liked doors, he liked some other stuff, so he was not, I would say, determined enough, but a huge talent. I think Goran Ivanišević has said that no one did during the training to make his life so hard during the training when they were playing in Davis Cup from the baseline as Rocco did. Yeah.
Interesting.
Any questions? Any remarks? Very interesting story. Yes, now he has a personal chef. I remember that during a match against Vichy in Chennai, Magnus was bringing his own chef, and they were cooking meals and so on, which is quite common. Any remarks there? Love Dragana, okay, you see, and you mentioned that you would rather see Papa, you now here, but some viewers don't. Yeah. What else? Let's see the cameras. So, people are thinking. Any remarks from your side there?
Actually, no. Everything just seems business as usual. We have everybody concentrated, everybody on their toes, trying to figure out the best moves and plans in the position. So many people with hands on their heads.
Yeah.
But this is all normal stuff, especially since we're approaching time troubles.
Yeah.
Everybody's...
Actually, I was once commented when I was a FM or maybe even I am trying to break through to Grandmaster level, and then my coach asked me, I don't know about your level of concentration. Are you there that you become like a master, and that your level of concentration is on ours? And then I didn't know what he talking about. And then he said, for example, that someone enters the room, stands next to the table, his friend, he takes an eye on him during the game but doesn't see him. He's so focused on the game that this level of determination and concentration. Sometimes, guys, I think you are not, maybe you don't get a clear picture how deep concentrated are those guys, especially top guys, because they are making some, like, it seems that they are nervous, so they are making some habitual things, but in general, basically, they are so focused.
Like you mentioned a few days ago, the ceiling can fall down, but
exactly, this happened in one tournament, and then I remember I mentioned how Bobby Fischer during his match against Tigran Petrosyan, final candidates in Buenos Aires, the electricity went off, and he was just sitting and.
Okay. I thought the ceiling went down actually somewhere.
Yeah, so this level of concentration is very important. So let's check the games. Let's see the moves. So here, slight plus for white. Now white parted with the bishop as I expected. Maybe now the plus is getting bigger. That's why I think Alexandra is deep in thoughts. I would prefer white, but still a lot of things.
The clock says so too.
Yeah, this one would look very dangerous if the queens are on the board. But since there are no queens on the board, I doesn't see this as some particularly dangerous position for white, but okay, Bella is trying to solve some issues because she's
7 minutes, 20 moves.
Yep, this G4, which was mentioned by our commentary guest, my colleague Yanis Papenau, he was mentioning that this G4 will come, and yes, it is. It's here. Knight G5. I personally love these affairs, and I consider this position very dangerous for black, although it seems that Olivia is not thinking the same. She's quite confident in terms of time consuming. French encounter. White was taking the route we mentioned, similar one. It looks very dubious to me, maybe almost on the verge of defeat, but this is just like my personal opinion. You probably noticed how Pap was quite more cautious than me. I'm always giving my opinion quite quickly and say we need to think, we need to consider. So he's always careful not to maybe hurry.
Especially since we do not use any engines over here. So.
Which actually, when he was entering our commentary room, he asked that question, and happily he was happy to hear that we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. So old-fashioned.
So you can see the honest reaction and honest
reaction,
opinions.
and I think that you can improve more with those personal opinions, because this is something you will remember around. I don't know about you, maybe now it's possible, in future will be possible, but the main thing between books, video courses, also engines, is that you cannot ask them questions, so you cannot sometimes get some tip which will help you. Okay, in courses you do, in books it's not so easy, but that's why people hire coaches, because
always
direct.
The best to have the human touch.
Yeah, with coach you can ask him, you can stop, listen, I didn't understand this, can you repeat? Or coach gives you some opinion. That's why people are hiring coaches, not computers. Yeah. So it looks that the worst part for white is over. That's why I think maybe black was doing the same thing I was mentioning a few days ago, that this strong intention to when you are lower material, 2 pawns down, you have this somewhere inside. Although you're playing aggressive, you're trying to get even on material, because you know if your initiative evaporates, that you will end up in a lost position, and then you try. But by taking back some pawns, you are actually losing part of your initiative. Here, opposite colored bishops, the most interesting position. Actually, I like black. I don't see anything wrong with her position. So this one will be very interesting to follow. What has happened there? Actually, we said that black is fine, but probably still is the case. Dinara, here I prefer black. And it seems to me that black is playing like a great game. I love it. So guys, if this goes in black's favor, you should study this game.
We will see Stavrola in the studio. I hope if she manages to win.
Okay, you have this promise.
Yeah.
A lot of is on stake. But maybe we will also have Dinara if she wins.
Yes, why not? Anybody who will be happy to join the studio is always welcome.
Yeah,
unfortunately, no, so many girls are in the mood to talk right after the game. We know that everybody is tired, that they want to have a little bit of rest. Sometimes they're not so satisfied with the results. So unfortunately, we cannot get them always, but
yeah,
we'll
it's
try.
interesting. It is how different players have different approaches. For some players, if they lose, don't come 5 meters close to them. Some athletes, they don't care. Okay, if they lose, just say tomorrow new game or tomorrow next tournament. In tennis, you can find, in NBA, but some players take it very hard. So this individual approach when asking it's very important. It looks fine for black now. Two bishops are not longer on the board. What has happened there? This was this kingside attack, which very strange decision to jump to f6. But you see how many minutes black has. Something is wrong. Now I would be happy with black. I think Lilith misplayed it. Valentina against Claudia. This bishop is a monster, also doing defensive and attacking jab, but black needs to find a way how to create anything. The d5 is clanging. Marcel. I don't know how to say. I would prefer white if I managed to play g3, king g2. Why I would be in a worry. Pawn up. Irina against Laura. It looks that those pieces are a little bit out of play, so white is focused on king side. I would prefer white here, but maybe this important is this knight d5 solving black's problem. This one was Rouser, Kozul, how you know how this variation was called. I think Yermolinsky or Yermo in his book in US he called this Kozul suicide variation. So if you want to play suicide, actually for all my career, most of the career I was playing mainly this suicide stuff. I'm still alive, so you see that it's possible. So the point is, of course, when she take on b4, rook b8, and then some compensation, looks very energetical play, and this is like a new treatment, but so regularly seen this c4 stuff, and basically playing on queenside, which was not a case before in Sicilian, but these days players are adapting to new circumstances. Very interesting play. Who will be faster? Hard to say. White is pushing on the kingside, black in the center. Very complicated position. Narvamai is putting everything to attack. It seems that she's doing good because king is an important factor, but this knight also needs to go out. It looks good for black. This one, slide plus, classical stuff. This one is more challenging. The point is, if you take, probably knight takes d4 or h4, whatever. So if you take with this one, I'm just moving on. Interesting position. Clock says that black is quite confident there. Ina, classical, usual business. A little bit more unusual. 10 minutes, it's eternity. Yes, yeah, it's eternity for her, so no problem.
Okay, so the next tournament I play, if there is live transmission, I definitely cannot be in time trouble because we've mentioned every single day that she's always in time trouble, so I would feel so comfortable.
Yes, but I admire this, so that you have this control. Yeah, nice thing to see. This looks horrible. Complete domination by Nadia. Bravo, Nadia. Yes, she's playing well. Tough tournament for Marina. Natalia is always playing interesting chess, and of course also in time trouble. So not much has changed here. Complicated positions. She's stuck. Of course, she needs to open the queen side, but it seems that black is doing fine. Only one weakness, but this one is. This pawn is important factor in controlling this knight, which needs to be rerouted. We will see. Better for white. Maybe even better for black. Some possibilities. Erich looks worse, but she's trying to hold there. This one, Mamadova with black, is hard to stay. Very complicated. White is long time. That one. This was in the end what has happened. Strange. So she got rid of that bishop which I'm not sure was the right case, and now comes this knight c5. I love it. Knight would be great on c5. Two pieces for a rook, but QG initiative. This one steered to a draw. Belaslava, she was completely. What was the idea? Just a pawn up. Just a pawn up. But now I'm not sure. Rook b1, why is rook b1 necessary? To be able to take or to put pressure. I know it looks better for black, but white is thinking. Okay, just to check Antonetta. Complicated position. Maybe Velikic. You're following her games or any other game just before we go back to top boards.
I think we're fine.
Okay, so let's go back to top boards just to recheck what has happened there. This looks horrible for black, but maybe she might. Okay, not horrible. She wants to just regroup. If she made it to e5, it won't be so bad. This one I mentioned, it looks fine for black. This one looks very dangerous, but black is trying to play on white. Time trouble. It looks perfect for black, for white, but she's so low on time.
Only 2 minutes.
Maybe we will follow this one, that one. This looks awful for black, but maybe it's holdable. But this one is slightly better for white, maybe even more. This one looks also scary. This might end up in a checkmate. You see, guys, the difference between bishop and the quality of the bishop, which is attacking, and this one. Okay, b6 pawn won't be decider here. Okay, suddenly black is becoming very active. This one I like for black. Okay, so basically that's it. Let's decide about the game to follow. Maybe either the first board, maybe this one is the right one. Let's check the cameras. Soon we will switch to commentary for national.
And yes, for the national television we have this now daily commentary in for only 15 minutes from 6:15 to 6:30 for the national television. So guys, you can always stay and learn the language if you want to.
Yes.
It's interesting how we switch and even start talking faster because we have a lot to say in only 15 minutes, right?
Yes, exactly. So any comments there? White misses a rook, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, maybe we blunder something. Okay, we have greetings for players. We will see. So a few more moves. The drama is approaching. Third board. You see that white is so complicated. She knows that she's low on time. Also, the important factor is that Olivia has lost the game yesterday. Dragana, your opinion, how much is this yesterday loss affecting her? What would you say? You know her a bit, yep.
Okay, yeah, well, we've met her in the TV studio.
Okay, you know her from Olympiad.
Yeah,
well,
I've been following her results. I think that she's already back on her feet. To be honest, the loss, especially on the first board, while you are leading, is always a tough one. But I think she's a good professional and that she has already managed to get back on her feet. So we can already see that she's up on time, and I think she will do well. But
I'm quite concerned about her position, but maybe I'm mistaken. How are you doing after losses?
It's always tough to lose. Whichever game you play, it's never a good feeling. So I would have an hour or two of maybe complete frustration, and then and then I would come back to sense, I guess.
What was your, let's say, biggest streak? Losers, winning?
I've never counted it actually, but I had a tough European team championship in Greece 2017 because I was playing the second board while I was supposed to play the fourth. So it was a tough competition for me. I think I had 5 or 6 losses consecutive, but then I managed to gain a few points in the end, and I was in plus at the end of the tournament. So.
Yeah, I had, I think, when I was having a debut at the Croatian team championship, I was 17 or 16 years old. I think 16 years, I'm not sure. And then I lost first, I think, 4 or 5 games. I was playing some high board. It was like senior tournament, not veterans, but the best players, Croatian. And then, but then next year I started to win against some grandmaster. My longest streak was Croatian Cup, played by 6 rounds. I was playing with some grandmaster IMs, FMs. I think I scored 6 out of 6, nice. Which gained my team a win in the tournament. So also once there were some with 5 out of 5 and so on, like Capella Grande. I started with 5 out of 5, and some others as well. So if you are on fire, then of course
I remember
goes your
this one tournament when I was just a kid. It was my first tournament in Skopje actually. The first prize was a TV.
Really?
Yeah, and I managed to win it. I had 10.5 out of 11. I was a good player.
You won a TV?
Yeah, it didn't work unfortunately when I moved.
It was color TV, or?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Not that old.
Okay. Great. Yeah. I once have won. So my friends were walking. We were walking through Zagreb city square, and there was one beer factory company, and making some promotional activity. And there was a big chess set, and they were 2 players, some amateurs players, not amateurs, but complete beginners, not even players, were playing. And then I noticed or my friends asked what's going on, and there was this promotional activity of Beer Factory or company that who wins 2 games in a row or 3, that gets beers connected with kilos of his weight.
Oh.
And then my friend just immediately pushed me to play, and there were some colleagues, chess players, walking around and asking what's going on. I said nothing, just to be safe. And then I won three games. I was weighing at that time like 90 kilos. Yeah. So then they delivered next day, and for 3 weeks or 3 months we were quite happy. My brother was very happy. He is older, 2.5 years. He was student at that time. And then he was before every weekend going to garage
so
just to refill.
Your most valuable prize,
yes, exactly. Yeah. So let's make a small recapitulation. First board looks scary. I think that white is on top here. Second board here, I think black has survived there. This one looks not so clear. Will white be able to break through, although looks scary? Maybe okay, she needs to solve her position, how to castle. This one looks to me completely lost, but maybe this will take some time for white to create something here. Important resource, but knight comes to f4. I don't see how would you create it. Looks bad for black if you ask me, but there are some chances. That one looks bad for white, but maybe white will be able not to get mated. Now she's probably thinking about this move, but maybe it works. Maybe. How was this? Yeah, this looks horrible. It looks to me that black is just winning. Elina, what is she up to here? slight plus, but big activity. I'm not a big fan of her position. This one, Wagner against Lokidu. Oh, she parted with her bishop. Not a good sign. Black is doing great there. That one, hard to say, still in some drawing margin. This one looks good for black. I don't see some big threats when this one is alive. So basically that's it. Here Gunina experienced some problems. Somehow the tournament is not going her way. This one just plus for white. This position, okay, suddenly this edge pawn was dropped, so white needs to create some mess. Maybe Laura is doing good here. Here, this will make some problem long term, but h6 will be probably played. This looks better for black, better for white, better for black. Not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is better for white, I guess. Better for white. Better for black, I would say. So many positions. This is what. Oh, this is nice. Rook e6, double pin.
Double pin, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe let's make some conclusion. We are expecting tough fights. We will now switch to one camera position, right? You can you see on the board that we switch to camera where we have Osmak Julia against Buksa Natalia, right? And Sochko Monika against Melia Salom.
Yes, I also saw a question in the chat that only 9 players are actually qualifying to the World Cup from this competition, just to have a short answer. Okay, guys, so we will be switching to the Montenegrin television in a minute.
Let's conclude this English commentary. You will get it back now. We are moving.
Dobar dan, poštovani gledalci, dobrodošli u 9. kolo Evropskog ženskog prvenstva ovdje u Petrovcu, Crna Gora. Moje ime je Dragana Nikolavska.
Ja sam Alojzije Janković i proći ćemo kroz neke momente, no ono što je bitno da sada je u tijeku onaj najprijelomni dio partije. Možete mu odmah preći na kamere, vidjet ćete da sad već su definirane figure, igračice imaju malo vremena na satu, kreće onaj prijelomni trenutak partije.
Najinteresantniji trenuci, da, na kameri možete vidjeti igračica koja je malo dalje od kamere, Buksa Natalija protiv Lilit Mekrčjan i susedni sto Narvo Maj protiv Savine Anastasije.
Mislim da sad imamo u trenutku poteze, ali prije toga možemo pročitati rezultate prošlog kola.
Da, u prošlom kolu jako interesantna situacija je bila da smo na prve 4 table imali čak 4 odlučujuće rezultata. Kjelbasa Olivija, koja je u ovom trenutku bila vodeća, je izgubila od Arabidze Meri. Na drugoj tabli smo imali Malteskaju Aleksandru, koja je uspela da ostvari pobedu protiv Osmak Julije. Na trećoj Kotinašvili Bela, pobeda protiv Sočko Monike. I na četvrtoj Sargisjan Ana protiv Bulmage Arine.
Trenutačno su u vrhu kombinacija poljskih igračica, Gruzijki, imamo i francuskinje 3 koje su u top 10, tako da već su se neke zemlje izdvojile po pitanju kvalitete. Prebacit ćemo se još jedanput na kameru da pokušamo iskomentirati samo što se događa. Ako vidite prije što krećemo u poteze, ako probate vizualno pogledati, bijela u gornjem dijelu ima više pješaka i crna pokušava sa kompenzacijom za taj manjak nekako sa lovcem i sa svojim daminim krilom konkurirati, no čini se ipak da u toj poziciji je crna u problemu, bijela je dosta zadovoljna, vrijeme na satu je trenutačno 10 minuta za bijelu, 18 minuta za crnu, još 12 poteza do one vremenske kontrole koje smo često spominjali, 40. potez kada igrači se dobivaju još 30 minuta, tako da mislim da bijela ima dovoljno vremena.
Da, svakako. Mislim da je sasvim dovoljno, s obzirom na to da imamo 30 sekundi dodataka, što smo već spominjali više puta, svakako dovoljno. Da,
partija ispod u kojoj poljska predstavnica igra protiv gruzijske predstavnice vrlo je kompliciranija. Na prvi pogled se odmah može vidjeti razlika između gornje ploče. Na gornjoj ploči nema kraljice, na ploči ovdje to ima. To odmah povećava broj mogućnosti. Crna u ovom trenutku igra na napad, koncentrira se, pokušava naći neki potez kojim bi mogla možda čak i završiti partiju trenutačno u svoju korist. Možemo posjetiti da je jučer bio težak dan za Sočko Moniku.
Da, juče je pretrpela poraz, ukoliko se ne varam. Sočko Monika je također, pretrpela je poraz na trećoj tabli od Kotanašvili Bele. Ono što također treba da znate je da je Sočko Monika trenutni šampion Evrope koja, bi trebalo da odbrani titulu, jel te?
Stanje na tablici trenutačno je, kao što smo spomenuli, da je poljsko-gruzijska trenutačno kombinacija vodeća na prvom mjestu sa 6,5 bodova, isto kao i njezina pratiteljica je Malceskaja Aleksandra, drugo mjesto Arabice Meri, znači prvo Poljakinja, drugo Gruzika. Ono što ih razlikuje su ti dodatni kriteriji. U šahu postoji Buholc, to je broj bodova protivnika, naravno onaj koji je igrao sa igračicama koji su jače forme, su jači, na kraju će imati više bodova, kao neka gol razlika u nogometu. Ona je trenutno u korist prvoplasirane, naravno to se može promijeniti do kraja. Sada slijedi jedna grupa od trećeg do 8. mjesta sa po 6 bodova, samo pola boda manje od vodećih, u kojoj su Poljakinja, Gruziljka, Armenka, 3 Francuskinje i onda velika dioba, praktično do 40. mjesta su igračice koji imaju bod manje, Poljakinja, Armenka, Ukrajinka, Armenka, Njemica, tako da je jedno široko društvo. Ono što smo istaknuli da crnogorske predstavnice skupljaju iskustvo, vrlo su mlade, mnoge od njih praktično igraju prvi puta na ovakvom jakom natjecanju i nije realno očekivati za njih neke velike rezultate, ako jednostavno koja pobjeda, koji remi protiv iskusnih protivnica itekako treba pozdraviti. Ako se vratimo na kamere, crna nekako osjeća se to i u donjem dijelu po nekom motivaciji, kombinira, kao što vidite, praktično kombinira na polovici bijele, traži neki put, dok bijela u defenzivi, evo to je recimo jedan zanimljiv trenutak da se može i po položaju tijela vidjeti tko je u boljem poziciji.
Da, svakako vidite da je crna praktično nad tablom koji milimetar iznad nje, dok je bijela nekako pomaknuta iza, to je taj govor tela, kako volimo da kažemo.
Idemo na brzinu proći ovu partiju gornju u kojoj vidite, u kojoj zapravo to je jedan ukrajinski susret. Ono što se događa je da bijela ima pješaka više, znači bijela ima ovdje 6 pješaka, dok je crna ta koja ima 5 pješaka. Pješak na ovoj razini može značiti naravno puno, no za dobiti nije samo dovoljno imati pješaka više, crna će pokušavati nekim resursima raditi probleme. Teška tehnika za bijelu, bijela ima 5 minuta, kao što sam rekao, dovoljno da se možda partija ne izgubi prekoračenjem vremena, ali ne baš ugodno za odigrati najbolje poteze. To je partija koju smo spomenuli, koja će ići naravno u smjeru bijele, samo neko veliko iznenađenje može okrenuti u korist crne. Donjem dijelu je ta partija koja je malo zahtjevnija, u kojoj je dama na ploči, to ono što smo rekli, osjeća se malo da ovaj kralj je u nekom napadu, da mu fali figura da ga brane. Crna dominira, jer ovo je linija na kojoj ona ima kontrolu, dok figure bijele su zatvorene, ovaj lovac udara u svoje pješake, ovaj pješak koji napadu neće odlučiti, jer trenutno puno važniji faktor je kralj, a također dama, skakač, topovi su nekako van igre, ne pomažu svom kralju. Sad crna vjerojatno što traži način za otvoriti poziciju, recimo ovakav nekakav potez bi zaprijetio mat, u slučaju, znači zaprijetio bi mat na ovom polju koji se ne može braniti drugčije osim uzimanja. Još je važno napomenuti da kralj bijeli ne može bježati jer ovaj lovac ga lijepo ograničava i sad u slučaju uzimanja uzeo bi se pješak i sad dovodimo topove na ovaj način, čak prijetimo i guranje pješaka i zapravo ovdje samo čudo može spasiti bijelu. Mislim da će ova partija završiti pobjedom crne, samo crna sad provjerava. Ima dovoljno vremena, 5-6 minuta je dovoljno vremena za smisliti kombinaciju. U slučaju da ta kombinacija odluči partiju, to bi bio trijumf strategije crne. Na prvom stolu, na prva dva stola, na prvom stolu ono što nismo željeli istaknuti, ali što smo ovdje na ploči ćemo pokušati samo napomenuti, zato što su ove partije koje smo vam pustili preko kamere su ipak zahtjevnije i zanimljivije. Na prvom stolu bijela ima pješaka više, no crna se nekako grupirala i bijeli kralj koji je u završnici važna figura trenutačno ne igra. Tu ipak ja bih rekao da će biti remi, ne znam da li se ti, Dragana, slažeš, ali mislim da možemo ovdje tipovati na remi u ovoj partiji. Druga ploča, također jedna završnica, pješak je manje za bijelu, no ovaj pješak je udvojen. Čim su pješaci udvojeni, oni gube svoju fleksibilnost, malo su sporiji, manje pokretni, ostavljaju slabosti, tako da praktično možemo ovdje ovu grupaciju od dva pješaka gledati kao vrijednosno, kao jedan ovaj pješak. No ono što je bitno, ima bijela ta dva lovca, a lovci se mogu postaviti dobro da kontroliraju ploču. To su neke od najznačajnijih pozicija trenutačno koje imamo. Vratit ćemo se na poziciju i idemo na kamere. Idemo na kamere.
Upravo možemo da vidimo ono što smo prekomentarisali, odnosno predložili. Desilo se na tabli skakač H4. Crna ima neku konkretnu ideju, neki konkretan...
Da, cilj je, kao što vidite, ona je sad skočila skakačem, žrtvovala je skakača, dva puta je dala šah sa damom. To je ona strategija koju smo rekli, jer je cilj primaknuti se bliže 40. potezu. Primicanjem 40. poteza dobiva se pola sata, koji može biti važno. Bitno je samo da crna tri puta ne ponovi poziciju. U slučaju 3 put ponove pozicije bi se partija proglasila remi. Mislim da čak bijela ovdje je malo čak i u šoku, jer vidi što se sprema. Evo, postaje svjesna napada pod kojim se našla. Naravno, crna maksimalno oprezno ovo shvaća, no prilično se može reći kako je jasno kakav će biti ishod ove partije.
Možda budemo vidjeli i predaju preko live kamere.
Mislim da će sada gurnuti pješaka bijela, onoga H pješaka dalje od nas, krajnjeg pješaka, kako bi nekako pokušala malo tom kralju naći put. Ali vidite što znači figure kad se oslabe polja, kako nedostaju figure oko kralja. Kralja treba štititi, ovo je vrlo ovako poučna pozicija za naše mlade gledatelje koji možda gledaju, događa se ono što sam pretpostavio. Bitno je jako kako rasporediti figure, ne istrčavati se pješacima, ne ostavati svog kralja nebranjenim. Razmišlja, naravno mislim da je svjesna. Ovdje je sad intenzitet partije puno veći nego na gornjoj partiji u kojoj igračice ipak nema dama na ploči, manje je mogućnosti, lakše je kontrolirati grešku, dok ovdje je sad već praktično forsirana, kako mi volimo reći, ključ što se odlučuje. Crna bira, može uzeti tog pješaka ili...
Jako interesantno kako su sve figure bele nekako. Sve figure su tu, a opet nijedna ne može da pomogne. Kralj je sam.
Tako je, ono što je posebnost da u šahu postoje ti raznobojni lovci, kada i ne može se nikako parirati u slučaju različite boje lovaca. Bijela ima tog svog lovca koji zapravo tuče u svoje pješake i dominacija crne je zapravo po bijelim poljima. Ako vidimo, crna nekako se već na prvi pogled vidi da je crna ta koja radi po bijelim poljima i zapravo preko bijelih polja napada bijelog kralja. Ona sad u ovom trenutku radi kalkulaciju do kraja, znači gleda mogućnosti, gleda koje su obrane i traži put koji će biti najjednostavniji do mata ili do pobjede. U slučaju uzimanja damom pješaka vidjela je da će možda bijela gurnuti pješake, na taj način se olakšati. Sada dvoumi se, ili uzeti damom pješaka ili odmah dovesti topa. Dovesti se topa može na različite načine. Sad malo počinje razmišljati kako to učiniti.
Da li da donese topa sa A8 ili topa sa F8, da li preko 7. reda ili preko 8. Evo.
Meni se čini da će svakako biti mat, tako je, znači nakon micanja kralja, dovođenjem topa, raščistila je da nema potrebe uzimati damom tog pješaka kojeg bijela pomaknula, nego dovođenjem topa priča se završava. Ono što je bitno, da morate odlučiti na jedno polje. Ona sad gledala je da li doći kraljem na bijelo polje, da li kraljem doći na crno. Ipak je lovac od bijele na toj istoj dijagonali, doduše pješak je taj koji ih razdvaja, ali razmisla je da slučajno nešto se ne otvori, što će završiti možda s nekim otkrivenim šahom, pa da taj lovac na jedanput dobije ulogu. Sad je postala svjestan da crna prijeti dovesti topove. Po dovođenju topova ne može se izbjeći mat. Mislim da, evo ja u ovom trenutku ne vidim kako se može obraniti mat u ovoj poziciji. Baš me zanima da li će partija završiti matom. Naravno, igračice su oprezne. Igračice su oprezne i traže put kojim neće dati nikakvu šansu protivnici. Evo, ovo je praktično jedan potez očajnika, uzima se skakačem pješak, no itekako je svjesna bijela da sad recimo topom šah po meni odmah završava partiju, ali može čak možda i uzeti se damom taj skakač. Ponudila je dvojbu, no mislim da crna neće imati iluzije, nego će jednostavno dati šah topom.
I da ćemo jako brzo vidjeti kraj ove partije.
Tako je, neka drama na pomolu. Nemamo kuglu, ne možemo budućnost vidjeti, no možemo na osjećaj i na neko poznavanje reći kako bi se ovo moglo završiti. Neki, naravno, trenutak preokreta može postojati, može se dogoditi, no ovdje mislim da to neće biti slučaj. Zadnji trenuci kojim smo prisutni, očekujem šah topom, da će taj šah topom ipak biti odigran.
Crna ima samo 4 minuta za razmišljanje, međutim, pretpostavljamo da joj neće biti potrebno svih 4 da
još
odluči.
6 poteza do 40. poteza, nakon čega bi dobila pola sata. U slučaju da dobije pola sata, ima dovoljno vremena, onda neki 5-10 minuta da nađe kombinaciju za pobjedu. Ovdje sad ona gleda, ne vidi možda odmah konkretan put, sad će možda malo i na osjećaj odigrati.
S druge strane, ličilo je kao da se prelomilo u trenutku, kao da je htjela da odigra top G8, međutim, za svaki slučaj još jedan put provjera.
Tako je, još jednom se provjera, baca pogled na sat, sat je s njezine desne strane, ne vidimo ga točno ispod kamere, i ona baci pogled na sat, trenutačno u satu je 3 minute, sat odbrojava, za svaki slučaj, evo, događa se ono što se, ipak ne.
Još jedno premišljenje, još jedna posljednja provjera.
Mislim da nema dileme, vidjet ćemo šah top. Tu sam siguran, jednostavno, evo, ja ovdje vidim taj dobitak, to je to. Šah topom.
Top G8 na tabli.
Tako je. Bijela je svjesna, ima samo jedan potez, a to je pokrivanje skakačem, to će se sad dogoditi. Skakač će doći na polje, na liniju bijelog, gdje je bijeli kralj i top pored crne dame. Vidite da u gornjem dijelu svjesna je i osmak Julija, da će sada završiti ovo sa matom.
Da. Mislim da trenutni šampion razmišlja da li uopšte odigrati potez ili predati u ovom trenutku već.
Pa odigrat će potez, crna će uzeti sa pješakom. Uzet će se pješakom, nakon toga ne vidim obranu, ali evo. Jedna
revijalnih poteza.
Tako je, lijepa pobjeda crne, no opet ostavlja mogućnost 1% da se dogodi neki preokret. Tako je, to je ovo što sam rekao, skakač dolazi tu i sada će pješak uzeti skakača. I sad ne vidim obranu u ovom trenutku. Ne vidim obranu od mata. Uzima, na taj način će se braniti.
Očekujemo top G3.
Da. Evo, to je to. Gotova je, partija završava, slijedi top na G8 i ovdje možemo završiti da vidite sad i ovako uživo što se događa. Ići će vjerojatno top G8, a čak može i uzeti osvaja damu. Priči je kraj, gotova partija jer crna osvaja damu. Dovoljno za pobjedu, može šta želi, znači može uzeti, može dovesti odmah topa, bira koji je u svakom slučaju je...
Svi putevi vode u Rim.
Tako je, ovdje čak postoji jedan lijepi mat, evo kojeg sad vidim, a to je da u slučaju na ovaj potez slijedi šah, zato što lovac podržava, na ovaj potez uzima šah, ne može kralj na G liniju jer ga crni top ograničava i sad na ovaj potez šah i na ovo lijepi mat.
Predivna kombinacija.
Tako je. Partija završava, pobjeda crne. Evo, to je prvo iznenađenje, malo da je ovako ipak bivša, sadašnja, trenutna prvakinja Europe, sada će vjerojatno postati bivša nakon ovog trenutka.
Poraza, nažalost,
nakon ovog trenutka, ipak pokleknuti 2 dana prije se činilo da je sve pod kontrolom i to je šah, to je ta dramatičnost koju imamo na šahovskim turnirima, kada jedna greška, jedna slabo odigrano otvaranje vas vodi u poraz.
Zato volimo šah.
Tako je. Evo, završit ćemo ovaj trenutak, vratit ćete se još kasnije u Petrovac, pa će vas Dragana izvijestiti o zbivanju. Do tada, pozdrav.
Budite sa nama, vidimo se kasnije.
Krenuli smo opušteno. Onda smo pojačali tempo, jer smo osjetili da možemo više. Bilo nas je sve više i više. I to nam je dalo snagu da idemo dalje i još više. Uvijek tu, jedni za druge. Pravi prijatelji na istom putu. Zajedno već 15 godina ka vrhu. Emtel, imate prijatelje.
Guys, welcome back to the studio after our short break. We have a little change of scenery. I promised you that Grandmaster Petr Arnaudov will be back in our studio as a commentator, so we have him here today finally. Also, we have Vicky Radeva with us, who has just finished the game. Vicky, how was your game?
A bit crazy, not gonna lie. I went into some forced line that I've checked some long time ago, and I thought I would just try my luck and see if I can get something. I think I became worse at some point, I'm pretty sure. But okay, I like to risk it, like, I just try to enjoy.
Okay, I think since those are some tough time troubles, maybe we let's check some games that are still going on. If we have some tough time troubles, maybe board number 4, see what's going on, and then we will come back, first your game and afterwards to the rest of the game, since we have already a lot of results in the first boards. Or the time trouble has just passed, actually. In this game, at least.
In this game, yeah. This is the game Pauline Guichard against the Amanda Olita, and yeah, it seems that White is totally winning, if I'm not mistaken, but this rook e2 is tricky. We need probably to take. Yeah, and after queen b2, there's bishop d2, and I think it's a reasonable position because rook g4 is coming, queen h7, queen h8. So if there's no perpetual, I cannot see it.
Yeah, bishop
it's
b5
probably
is not really
just
working.
game over, because if bishop b5, king e1. So I'm pretty sure that White is winning here. We're not missing anything, but yeah, it seems so. You see, this king is very weak. There are no pieces protecting it, and White's attack should be decisive. On board 5, there's a Ukrainian derby. Yulia Osmak against Natalia Buksa. It's some rook endgame. Yeah, they also passed move 40 already, and it's a rook endgame with a pawn up for black, which seems to me also quite close to winning.
Like it's enough already, yeah?
Yeah, because black will create 2 pass pawns on the queen side, and somehow they will stop the h pawn, and
Yeah,
this looks
just
like
play rook a1, rook h1 at some point.
Sorry?
She would just play rook a1, rook h1 at some point and should be winning.
Probably, yes, but if she managed to create 2 pass pawns on the queen side, those positions are usually winning, and strong player like Natalia should have problem to convert it. And this seems to be a technical job already.
Okay. Maybe the next game, Bivol Alina, board number 7.
Board number 7, Elina Danelian against Elina Bivo. What is this?
We have some error in transmission with time, I see.
Yeah,
since
but
the game is
here,
still going on.
if the position is correct, rook c6, somehow I think there are some...
Mistake.
This cannot be right. Here, rook is hanging. White is a piece up. I think that there's an error in transmission in this game.
Maybe we can check the cameras to try if we can see what's going on the board.
This is board number 7.
Yes, board number 7. That's the bottom right corner. Bivol Alina is having the black pieces with the yellow jacket. It's really tiny. I don't know if we can...
I think she
Try to
exchanged
figure
one
out.
of the rooks.
Yeah.
Maybe she played
Probably
some
we
rooks
can
into-
skip this game and later come back. When
Okay, yeah, see if it's resolved. Okay, so we go back to the board.
Important, interesting game. Dinara Wagner against Stavrula Chulakidou. Okay, black is a pawn up.
Yeah, we mentioned that Stavrula owes me an interview if she wins. So definitely eager to see this result.
Yeah, let's say with very good winning chances for black. It's a healthy pawn up here without any compensation, active pieces. Vicky, what do you think? You played with Stavrula a lot. Do you think that she will manage to convert
Are you
this?
around the same age?
Yeah, I think she's 1 year older or something
yeah,
like
okay,
that.
same age group, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she'll manage. I mean, she's very talented and a great player, so I've seen her winning positions like that many, many times.
Yeah, okay, so we definitely have no doubt that she will manage to convert this, right?
Okay, I have some doubts, I should say, but yeah,
But like, how
everything
can you
happen.
fight with white here? Like,
Oh, just try to stay safe, to survive a few next moves, and then wait for your chances. I don't know, somehow to
if I
activate
try
the
rook
rook.
G2, rook, I don't know, 95 somewhere.
Okay, somehow stay. Bishop f3. Even if you take the pawn on a3, let's say something like that. I'll try to activate my rook somehow. I don't know. There are always some chances in this kind of position. I
Yeah, of
wouldn't be
course.
so sure. But yeah, with good chances for Stavrovo to win the game. And this is between two young talents. Maria Makarchan, I think she won last European Championship under 18 with something like 11 out of 11 or something
Oh,
like that.
wow. I didn't know this.
Oh yeah, she completely crushed it there.
Yeah.
Wow,
Or 9
wow.
out of 9.
Great
I'm not
result.
sure. And Lea Garifulina, yeah, also a very
She's also under 20, yeah.
there. And I have some problems to evaluate this. So, okay, black has 2 pawns up, but this b pawn is
It's a little bit
too
tricky, huh?
advanced. Yeah, it's tricky, this one. So, Vicky, what do you think about this one?
We have the tough
Okay,
questions
but
for you.
Yeah.
Let me think. Isn't my king quite close though? I mean, black's king.
Okay, it's close, but I have all my forces here on the queen side, so
Okay, so what are you going
you
to play?
cannot
maybe?
actually stop the pawn. You can slow it down.
Maybe
Also-
king a6 or what?
Yeah, king a6 followed by b6, but you're also very fast. This should be winning for
Yeah.
This should be winning for black, I think. Yeah. When I have a second look, this should be winning for black somehow. But it stays tricky.
Okay, maybe we can see the next board.
Next board is Lilith Makarchan. Also,
Yes, Lilla.
black just made her 40th move, so there's no time trouble. How is this position? Bishop pair. Okay, white has a pawn up, but it seems irrelevant. White's king seems to be in trouble. I
Strong
would-
rook on c2, right?
Yeah, I would prefer black here. Looks very, very dangerous for white. His king on g3 is quite weak. And
The knight is pinned as well.
pawn on b2 is hanging, but it's not relevant. The knight is pinned. e5 is in the air. So I think black has the upper hand here.
Okay,
Definitely.
tough position for Lilla.
So Claudia Coulon managed to beat Valentina Gunina. We'll come back to those
Yeah,
games.
let's just
And
see the ones that are in progress
Slivicka
first.
against Marcel Efroimski.
Yeah, we've mentioned
Very-
previously that Efrimsky is playing very aggressive chess, let's say, very actively. So
She
But she's a
recently
pawn down.
improved a lot. She improved her rating a lot, and she 2450 is quite a decent rating for a woman chess player. I think she's around top 20 in the world. She has tough time in this game. She's a pawn down in a rook end game, but okay, let's say with good chances to survive this one. Just there's not so much material, but still, white has a clear plan to come with the king on c2, b3, and then somehow to attack the pawn on a5. But I think it should be a draw. Let's say black rook is attacking the pawn on g3, the pawn on a3, and somehow will activate the pieces a little bit. This should be a draw with an accurate play, but again, it's a pawn down.
okay,
Probably
everything is easy with
70% chances to make a draw and
accurately, right?
30% chances to lose this one.
Okay.
Bumaga against Laura. Bumaga had a fantastic start in this tournament.
And then a tough 2 rounds.
After rounds, and again here she is also struggling. Very similar situation to the previous game. Pawn down, rook end game. Again, this should be
All of the-
survivable.
All of the rook and the games are
Yeah.
drawn, except the ones that are not, right?
Yeah. Rook end games have some tendencies to draw. Vicky, what do you think as an expert in
Am I the
European
expert?
games.
You give me a very tough role to play, calling me the expert. I think she'll hold it as long as she has
She'll
time.
hold
Yeah,
it,
she
yeah.
has enough time. She's experienced enough. And okay, like
Yeah.
I will just if you start going to the queen's side,
We should say
I'll
that
do the same.
if those pawns were will be exchanged, the pawn on a7 and on b4, it's very easy theoretical draw. So black's chances is to keep the pawns on the queen side alive, but it's not so simple. Yeah, I think Irina will hold this. But again, game. Board number 14.
Fiona against Sophie.
Sophie, yeah. Okay.
You played against Sophie in the tournament, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay, but that seems
unfortunately
winning
for
for white.
Sophie is a very strong player for France. I think she's around 10 times France champion, probably a bit less, but something like that. But this game, I can't see any chances for her to
Do you
survive.
have some 95 right away? Or
Yeah,
do
but
I
even
see
this
it?
pawn doesn't really matter. You have
Yeah.
two queens here.
I can start bringing the king
Yeah,
closer.
bringing the king, just push b6 wins immediately. Yeah,
Yep. B6 on the board.
yeah, usually.
Okay, so we are expecting a
Yeah.
fast result in this one.
Yeah, we're expecting fast results.
Right? Jarocka Livia against Narva Mai. Narva Mai was yesterday on our cameras from the playing hall. She was playing 2 consecutive rounds in the higher boards, but she had a tough time over there. Will she manage to come back?
I think she had very good chances to come back. She is an exchange up. And okay, although there will be some technical difficulties, I think that she should be managed to convert this. Very strong player from Estonia. Also, I think around 20,
Around
22.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's
I think
young.
she's
new
young.
generation.
1 year older than me or something like that.
Yeah, I followed her games closely, and I expect her to do well. Beidulaeva against
Against Elizaveta Hrebreščikova, if I'm pronouncing this
Chico is from
correctly.
Ukraine. Oh, textbook endgame. Bishop pair advantage in the endgame and an extra pawn. This is a technical win for white, but yeah.
Okay, Papa Ioannou just mentioned previously in the interview, in the commentary actually, there was a question whether bishop pair is, okay, it definitely is an advantage, but on which level does it start to be an advantage? So his answer was, you ask yourself how many games did you win because of the bishop pairs and how many games did you lose. So if you have a big difference over there, if you have any games because you won over the bishop pair advantage, then that's the point where you start realizing that it matters.
Yeah, I think Govhar will add one more game, which
Yeah. At her level, of course, this
it's
means
technical
something.
winning.
She's very,
and,
very
yeah, she is good in technical positions, and
think
this one
she's
is more or less simple.
Currently
just-
world champion?
Yes, under 20. Yeah.
You just start advancing the pawns on the queen side, and there's no one to stop the pawn. The knight is restricted, and
Okay, one
It's
more point
more
for
or
her.
less simple.
Expected. Sabrina
Sabrina
against
Vega, yeah, from Spain,
Michalina.
against Michalina Lucinska. Okay, what's this? One more young, talented Polish player. Black pieces.
We have a lot of Polish players over here at the tournament, and they're performing very well. We had, I'm not sure if it was the previous round or a few rounds ago, we had top 3 players from Poland. So, very interesting moment to spot on the standings.
Obviously, Poland is doing very well in women's chess. Also in men's chess, they have Jan Krzysztof Duda and Wojtaszek and a lot of young players. But there are so many talented women. They did very well in the Olympiads, and they will do even better. They have Monika Sochko, who is a very strong player, current world champion, and many young talented girls. So somehow they're doing a good job there. And
There
this
must be
one-
something good they're doing, yeah. Maybe we should copy their recipe.
But this position seems very complicated.
This position seems very complicated to me too, but
I was
still,
thinking some b5 if she starts pushing, but then just king e2.
obviously Black has the upper hand, and Black is playing for a win. Now the pawn on e5 is hanging. Black can just take it, but yeah, then rook h7 is coming. The pawn on h4 is hanging. I don't know. I would say that Vera is also a very strong player, several times Spanish champion. She should hold this somehow, but it's not going to be easy.
Okay. Gaponenko Ina, the one that we're always mentioning that goes to time trouble. Even now she has 18 minutes.
Kaponenko against Lara
But-
Schulze. She is the pawn up, 5 against 4 on one flank. This is okay. We mentioned that the rook endgames has some drawish tendency, but I believe she will win this one. This is theoretically very close to winning. She also has this pawn on h5, which fixes the structure. She has a rook on the 7th rank, and also she is a very, very experienced player who won countless of endgames, and I would bet on her winning this one too, but she will play more. Okay, Nadia has
Nadia
a fantastic tournament.
Yeah. We saw part of her game. We were expecting a win, but it wasn't still on the board. But maybe we can see how she managed to win in the end. Or we can start from the start as well.
Can start some Sicilian with c3. Nadia is playing everything, e4, d4. She has a good opening repertoire. I should mention that she's only 17, very young. One of the many young talented Bulgarian girls.
Yeah, we had her in the studio in the first day, and guys, we've mentioned a few times the great result of the Bulgarian national team last year in Chennai, 9th place. We had Vicky in the studio as well as our part of the interview before she analyzed her game, and yeah, we will see a game too. And so basically, if you connect the dots, now we have part of the Bulgarian team because Petr was their coach and the previous Olympiad. Vicky was playing board number, help me out here.
I was 5, like I was...
Okay. Yeah. But you were performing very well as well of the rest of the Bulgarian girls who are all around 20 years old.
Yeah,
and
very young.
Very young generation who is basically helping each other by being good.
This is a fantastic game in my opinion. Somehow, some domination. We just spoke about bishop pair, but
the knights here.
Yeah, this game proves that 2 knights could be also stronger than the bishop pair. This e6 break is in the air, and the bishops are dominated by those strong knights. And white is already a pawn up. Let's see how she managed to convert this. Just some natural moves, win more space. Knight f5. Is this the final blow?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Now the rook on d7 is hanging, and after rook d5 there's knight e7, just winning.
Tough tournament for Brunello, Marina, but a great one for Nadia.
Oh, yeah, amazing game by Nadia, great. I'm really impressed.
I think we had a
I
comment.
played with Marina Brunello. She's a very strong player, and her brother is a strong grandmaster. So this is impressive to score such a convincing win against her. Great game by Nadia. Let's hope that she will continue. There are 2 more rounds. I'm pretty sure that she scored an IM norm.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. We had someone mentioned in the comments previously that if she wins, she will have an IM norm. I haven't checked it yet, but I think that is correct. We will check with the arbiters afterwards, but definitely a great performance from Nadia. We hope she keeps it up in the last 2 rounds as well. Okay, let's see what's going on in Zhukova's game.
Zhukova against Irina Chelushkin, a current Serbian champion.
Yes, exactly.
What's going on here? This looks like a draw to me, but again, pawn up for black, but not much material on the board.
Rook endgames.
Yeah, rook endgames. Probably now she would white just take on e3, then come back. Rook is going to b6. This should be a draw.
Okay.
So should we start from the start or go to the end?
I want to see Vicky's game.
Vicky's game?
Yeah, I want to see Vicky's game. Since we have Vicky in the studio, I would like to hear firsthand your thoughts.
Okay, sure. Okay, first of all, I didn't really expect Sicilian. So I just played my main opening, let's say. Because as our coach...
control or...
Our coach likes to say we should just play chess, nothing too crazy sometimes. So that was the goal of this game.
Okay.
Let's see if you follow the advices. Okay, let's have an Indian setups.
Yeah, I had a game like that also the first round, so I believe she prepared some line. And she said she checked it until some point.
How you managed to get a conversation with her after
Yeah, I think she's from Austria. She also has a great coach here with them.
David Chingelia, he was our guest as well.
Very good player and coach.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, just one of the
Queen
main
E1,
lines
this
so
is
far.
one of the main lines, and there you can tell us more here, E5. I know that this exists, but somehow
Yeah, I think
I
I've
see
also
this
played
position
it
with the
for...
pawn on A6, I think.
Yeah, usually A6 it's included.
So probably black saves the tempo for A6 and managed to
Yeah,
to
but
get
I don't
E5
think
at
it's
time.
that big of a difference. I think I've played it with black as well once, or at least this position
Okay,
with
let's
A6.
see what's happened. Probably you can also play bishop E3 or no.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but
To keep the game alive, because what happened in the game,
I think you could just take on F4, bishop E6, knight D7 at some point if you play.
let's show. E5, yeah. Here the typical maneuver is to play bishop E6 and then
Knight D7, knight E5.
somehow play knight D7, knight E5, but yeah, it's still a game. There are also some squares which white can use. Typical Sicilian battle. Of course, probably black is doing fine, but the game is alive because I don't like what happened. Bishop C5,
You have to take, you don't
have to
any
take, and king H8, and there you
I took on F6.
sacrifice an exchange, ruin side structure, but somehow there are not so many pieces taking part into this attack. So queen H4,
Rook G8.
rook G8. This is kind of a theory probably, because I see on the clock that Annika has 1 hour and 30 in this position, so I'm pretty sure that she's not seeing it for the first time.
Okay, Vicky, you
I
haven't
think
spent
she-
much time here either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
is
think-
a
4
bit-
minutes.
I think she said that she checked it until queen takes C5 or something like that.
Did you know this position before the game?
I mean, I've seen it and I've also analyzed it a bit before with white.
Okay,
some,
and
like, long
what's
time
the
ago.
conclusion?
That it's equal. I don't think white has like some that crazy chances, but I thought, okay, I'll take on F6, play knight D5. Maybe
Okay.
try somehow to trick her.
Okay, let's see what's rook G7, and now you played knight D5.
Yeah.
Okay, we should mention that you can repeat the moves, but obviously you played for a win.
Yeah, with knight D5 I should be slightly maybe worse. but
Okay, well, it's
I
playable.
was
Keeping the
thinking
game
bishop.
alive.
I was thinking bishop E6. Take on E5.
It's a fight, so
Yeah.
you take on E5. It doesn't. The engine probably said that black is slightly better, but over the board with the weak
Yeah, I
king,
thought it's not that easy for a human to maybe
Yeah.
figure out what's
it's a
going on.
typical situation. White is playing for a win, risking a little bit. So what happened next?
I think that was the best she could do.
Queen C5. Yeah, if black managed to consolidate his forces, and you have only one pawn for the exchange,
Yeah.
in a long run, black would start playing for a win here.
Yeah, I should just keep all the pieces on the board and try.
Okay, so I noticed that you've burned a lot of time over here.
Yeah.
What were your main concerns about the position?
That I knew actually I was getting into a position that is not so great for white. So if I continue playing it and she manages somehow to regroup her pieces, I would be losing basically.
Okay.
So I was thinking, do I really want to go for this position? Can I hold it? Can I come up with some interesting idea? That's why I spent that much time.
But okay, here is already a bit late for this because you already entered it and
Yeah.
you need to play. There is no forced draw anymore.
Yeah, there is no forced draw. But I thought, okay,
And as we know, the draw offers are not a common thing in women's chess.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I think they were so free to take out the 30 moves rule that you cannot, right,
Yeah, you
offer
can
a draw
take it.
before move 30. So we do not have many draw offers. Women are playing exciting chess.
In 6:30, when I come here, they're already playing for 3.5 hours, and the only decisive game on the first 20 boards was this Nadia's win. So all of them are playing.
Yeah.
This is something
Fighting
very,
girls.
very common. Rook E8, okay.
So here I was thinking, instead of rook e8, what happens after king g8 maybe? With some idea rook g6.
it's
Probably
it's possible.
regroup the
and
pieces. Here I wasn't quite sure what I'm going to do.
Probably break the rook as well, or
Yeah.
make
I
some
should-
useful move like h3, so not getting mated on the first rank.
Yeah, I
There
was
are no
thinking
realistic
maybe rook
chances
d1.
for white here. I think you should be very careful not to
Not to blunder
not
something.
to blunder, yeah, not to push
Always
too
easy
much.
to blunder. Always easy to blunder.
Before rook f1, this is already difficult, I think, for you. Probably h3 was a better choice.
H3, I saw that there's a
There's a perpetual
so
check, that's why you refuse it, but
Yeah.
After rook f1, there's a move queen d2, the idea rook e6, and it's not so easy. The rook e1 is always in the air, the deep pawn cannot be moved. Okay,
Yeah, here it's complicated for
rook
me.
e1, she played. And here you show that
Some fighting
some
spirit.
fighting spirits. Refusing a draw and again risking a little bit, but queen b6, h3, 6, king h2, queen c5, queen d8, and then you decided that it's time. Oh no!
No, I just wanted to gain some time because we were both in time trouble, and I thought, okay, I'll just repeat. So I have 1 more minute to think.
This game is perfect example for the fighting spirit in women's chess.
I agree.
Bishop c4. Now you decided that
Yeah,
it's
because
time.
queen e6 is coming otherwise, and I'll be losing. So I have to stop it.
Okay, so you repeated
Yeah.
3 times, and this was the draw.
It's a
Very
great
interesting
game,
game,
probably. Decided in the opening a little bit. So,
Okay.
Great about the fighting spirit, not
yeah.
that great about the chess.
Oh, it was interesting too.
And we're always happy to see when somebody is able to come to our studio and give us their thoughts over the board. Maybe we can see a few more games from the top boards that were actually finished. And then we can make a short break, I think, and then we will come back again. But I'm eager to see what happened in the time trouble. So many finished games.
At board 1, Maria Rabidze against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. So those two players were leading the tournament, I think. Dran, can you show me from where I need to start? Which
From where you
position
want.
you discussed with Aloise? Or I
don't
can
know.
start from the start?
Yeah, you can just start.
Okay,
I
I'll
think,
just briefly.
around
It was
30th
King
move.
Sindian with. Okay, some offbeat line with b3, double fianchetto. This is Mary is a very experienced player. She just wants to play some chess without too much theory. This is very common strategy nowadays against younger players. You just choose some line which is known to be about equal, but keeps more pieces on the board, and you just want to play and hope that you outplay your opponent later.
On experience.
Yeah. But okay, very, very solid position. They start exchanging pieces. Oh, this bishop f3, this is breaking the symmetry now. And again, we have this bishop pair. But the structure is determined, so and it's not so easy to activate those bishops. Black is very, very solid. You can see this bishop is passive on b2. Also, the bishop on h3 is not that active. Oh, this is a bit risky,
It is
but
strange.
yeah, you can just
Wait.
sit tight, just wait a little bit. Typical move here is to play something like h5, h4, start some counterplay. Okay, let's see. She decided to change. And now the bishops are active. Now I would play with white this one. e4, trying to block the position again, and f5.
Interesting choice, huh?
Yeah, interesting choice, exchanging the bishops, but white definitely has some initiative here.
But could you actually keep the bishop? Maybe some bishop a3, or is it not needed?
Probably you can, but this is a bit... You gave the long diagonal to your opponent. There is nothing on this f8, e3 diagonal. It's possible, but let's see what she calculated. Here, black needs to be very careful because of this pin on the d5. Yeah, somehow black managed to survive, and white has no time to play c5, bishop f1 to activate the bishop at queen c6. Some materialistic approach, but losing the initiative a little bit. 95, interesting choice. This forces queen exchange. And okay, now we have an endgame with an extra pawn for white, but this bishop is passive. Black's pieces are more active. King is close to the center. It's almost impossible to convert this.
Yeah, I think maybe this was the last position we saw
king
with the rook
f1.
on e7.
Here, I even saw such positions. If white is trying too hard, they can get into trouble, let's say. The king is very passive, this one is controlled. It's very close to the pawn. This pawn is not going anywhere.
Okay,
Okay,
great
normal
tournament
fighting
for
game,
both
great
of them,
tournament
yeah.
for both, and
Keeping the lead.
They keep the lead. Anna Sargsyan against Bella Khutanashvili. Anna Sargsyan, like, young talent for Armenia. Bella, very experienced player, Italian, d5. Oh, this is a theoretical line which is discussed on a high level. I think after queen d3, white plays knight e5, and you enter some endgame, bishop d1, knight d3. But I don't know the details, but it's definitely a trendy line. Both were well prepared. g4. Oh, this is a brave decision. Weakens the king a lot. This is common for young players to play concrete chess. For example, if you turn the table, Bella would never play g4 in this position, I'm pretty sure. It seems that black has some kind of initiative. The king is weak, this knight is kind of hanging. I don't know. But without queens, this symmetrical pawn structure, no weakness, no big weaknesses. Probably both were happy with the result. f6. Okay, it's ruining the structure, but Vicky, tell us something about this position. For me, it's hard to guess a move here.
Give us a little bit of help.
Yeah, from a
No,
woman's
I
perspective.
really liked how she pushed g4. I think it's very interesting, and okay, she got into a really nice endgame. And I also really like f6. If she has some idea coming after that, what did she play after that? Some rook e4.
Some rook e4.
And it wasn't
Rook
working before that
h4,
because
yeah.
of knight d6. No, but this is good because now you can actually.
Yeah, it's a concrete play.
Yeah.
King h8, rook h4, knight d7. You see, white
Can I do something?
White doesn't want to take the pawn back. She's playing for initiative, but okay.
But
Suddenly they decided to repeat the moves. Probably the
Can we go a bit back and maybe come up with some different idea if there is something for white?
Instead of f6, you mean, or
No, maybe with
after
f6 included.
okay.
Okay, probably there is a chance to get some small advantage somewhere, but again, thanks to the bishop pair, this bishop has no opponent. It's a very powerful piece. But
What if you start with knight d4, keep the rook on, and try to jump fast on f5? Does that make any difference? Maybe some king f3, rook g1 later on?
probably, I don't know. It's not my type of. It's very concrete, and we can say that white has more than enough compensation. That white has enough compensation for the pawn, but if it's enough to play for a win, it's very hard to say. Black has pretty solid position.
Okay, so Sargsyan didn't feel like risking it, and
Oh, she tried, but the game ended in a draw. Very normal game. And decisive result here. Olivia is...
Olivia is on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually, Aloysia asked me at some point, how do you feel about Olivia? Is she going to manage to do something today? And I said, I believe in her. And he was not so sure. And then she won. So I'm supposed to be neutral, but somehow I'm happy for her. I love to see a good fight. So Olivia has given us a very good performance in the previous rounds, and I'm happy to see her back.
Another
young
part
thing.
of young Polish generation. She's 22 years old, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Starting with 9 out of 9 at the Olympiad.
Chennai, yes.
Yeah.
She was our guest as well in the first days, a very modest girl, so that's why she became close to my heart.
She played very good
Actually.
positional chess, very good endgame skills. Let's see, Queen's Gambit, just develop the pieces. Bishop f4. Okay, this is the idea is to provoke h6, then to castle long, and to use this pawn as a hook by playing g4, g5 in this position. So, not sure. It's pretty sure that it's theory. Although Olivia spent a lot of time. Knight h5. Taking the bishop, but losing some valuable time. I don't like this knight h5. Okay. 6. 2 knight f6 back. So something went wrong with black's play here. Knight h5 then goes back.
Yeah, she was struggling. She was struggling.
Oops. Long castle, b5, bishop b3, c6, and g4 comes using this hook. Anastasia Savina is an experienced player as well, so it seems that she knows her stuff, but I see that she was quite low on time, only 11 minutes on move 13. This is something that...
Even though she seems like better prepared from the opening.
At some point the position doesn't matter because you just don't have any time. She was better prepared, it's obvious. Now white is better.
But move 13, it's definitely some severe time trouble.
g5, very impressive. Ooh, 95. This opens the position. Black's king is in the center. There's no safe spot for this king. g1. 94. So d6 is coming. Usually we have this position with white when we sacrifice a pawn or even two. Now the material is equal. This is terrible position for black in my opinion. But let's see.
She managed to prevail.
Bishop
somehow.
d6. She exchanged the defender of the dark squares and now there are some holes. Well, this position is winning in my opinion for white.
So how do you actually win it? What's the route in your opinion?
We should try to put a knight on c5, of course, and also somehow to exploit this king. This king is not going to be safe on e8, it's not going to be safe on c8. It's hard to find a spot. At some point you can even exchange your bishop for the knight on d5 because this is the only active piece for black. And then just try to open the game somehow. We can see that this rook could be useful here. King b1, a5, king b1 comes. Human move. Probably knight e4 was stronger, but king b1 is a human move with the idea, just a prophylactic idea.
Just
But
to be
okay,
safe.
it wasn't needed. Knight
Maybe
f6.
she was scared of some...
93?
Or, no, maybe some a4,
A4,
bishop
oh,
takes.
A4.
takes
This
them
is,
on
I don't
c8.
like A4, it's just from another, there's a threat actually here. So why not? Yeah, there's a threat, so A4 is fine. Although this gives some chances on the B file. Rook B8 and H3. No, this is wrong, this H3 is totally wrong, but we see that already Anastasia had 1 minute here. It's not much in such complicated position.
Oh, it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's enough to give you a heart attack on move 24, I think.
In
What
general,
should
you
white
shouldn't
play?
defend such pawns. I don't know, anything, something
some
like rook d2
yeah,
to
or rook
overprotect the pawn on b2 and then start rerouting the knight to a more active position.
Can you go rook
Using
d3
the g file.
immediately? With some rook d3
Rook d3 with
idea?
rook b3 idea is also fine. Yeah. Oh, the position is very, very hard for black, and also from a practical point of view with such king, always is better, is easier to defend than to attack. Sorry, the opposite. Always is easier to attack than to defend. But with 1 minute on the clock,
Yeah, you
yes,
cannot
okay.
see much.
King f8, trying to defend c5, exchange. Okay, now we can see that this king is feeling kind of safe. e5, this pawn is strong, but also there's some counterplay on the b file. Everything can happen. f4, rook d6, take, rook d4. Okay, interesting play by Olivia. Rook d4, the idea is 95. And
Maybe
rook takes
you
d4.
you can play e6 first.
Yeah, maybe
With the
something
idea
like
to
that. But
take after
again,
that.
with a 50 second on the clock, rook d4, it's a natural move. It tends to be a mistake, but knight f3. Knight f8. Yeah, now black is totally safe. Now knight will come on e6. White's king is actually in trouble. All those pawns are weak.
From the position where the king was on e8, it was so open that...
Yeah, the table turned and Anastasia had 32 seconds here, which means that she made the move on 2 seconds with 2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Every chess player had this situation once in a while. You know that how hard it is to
Some
play
of us
such.
more often than usual, but...
Rook d2, queen e5. Yeah, she's just start collecting the rook c8. Knight a1 was the last mistake in this game, but in already hard position.
Yeah,
Here white is losing a rook, and okay, we should say that this was an unfortunate loss for Anastasia. She played actually a good game, but yeah, a bit luck for Olivia, but I don't believe in luck that much. It was well deserved. She defended.
Okay, Anastasia had on move 13, I think, 11 minutes or so, so...
She defended well, she was creative, and she deserved to win, and also she's back on track for even for the first place.
Yeah, tomorrow we will see her again, maybe on board number one or two. Yeah.
She catch the leaders, and tomorrow she has white,
so definitely an interesting finish. Do you maybe have some predictions about who might be in top? Okay, let's say top 5.
Top 5. Okay, I'm rooting for the Bulgarian girls, but okay.
I know.
Probably Nadia has some chances to do well.
Okay.
If she scored if she won the last 2 games, she has chances to be top 5. Unfortunately, Antonetta doesn't have a good tournament.
Yeah, she's having a...
And from the top board, I'm rooting for the younger generation somehow, because it's their time to shine.
Yeah, it's always nice to see somebody
there
young.
There are many
making progress.
Players, Alexandra Maltsevska, Anna Sargsyan, Olivia Kilbasa. I don't have favorite, but somehow I like Stavrua, of course.
Sochko had 2, I think, consecutive losses. Hard time after the free day. Do you think she might be able to come back somehow? Even though it might be too
why not?
early,
The last 2 European Championships, I think, were won by the last one by Monica Sochko and the other one by Elina Danelian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the previous
one. So 2 very, very experienced players. So it's not going to be a big surprise if Bella or Mary won the tournament, or even Monica if she won the last 2 games. Why not?
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see. Maybe let's have a quick look on Wagner Stavrula's game, board number 8. See what's going on. We're approaching time trouble. Maybe, guys, we can have a look on live on their faces as well. Anything unusual?
We left them here.
Oh, wait,
after
but we're
bishop
not.
e2.
We're looking at the playing hall right now. Everybody deep in their thoughts, of course. Vicky, do you see maybe some weird faces?
No, they both look very focused. I can't see Dinara's face. But I think maybe she's in a little bit of trouble. Because she seems very... I don't know. Stavrula seems very chill.
Like she has everything under control.
We should say that Dinara is married to the German Grandmaster Dennis Wagner, who is a very good player and a very good theoretician. And also she recently took part in several FIDE Grand Prix. I think she did quite well, and she gained a lot of experience playing those top women players. So she's definitely now in her strongest shape.
Yeah, I think so. She's 24 something.
She's 24 something.
She's a strong player.
And she's going up and up.
Yeah, and it was fun to have her in the studio. She was commenting her game with Aloysia, and she explained to us the novelty that she played and that they prepared it with her husband, of course. And she mentioned that there could have been an interesting situation where both of them actually could have played it in the same day. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. That would be very nice.
Yeah, that would be very nice. We tried to ask who has the, let's say, advance on playing the novelty, but they could have done it in the same day. But it unfortunately didn't happen. Maybe some other novelty will happen again soon. Okay, so nothing out of the ordinary. We can come back to the games once again. Let's check what's going on in Stavroula's game.
So let's remember Stavroula with black pieces, healthy pawn up. And Vicky expected an easy win, but I know that there's nothing easy.
I didn't say easy win.
Rook d2,
It's
bishop
also hard to
c4,
say.
some counterplay f5, everything is fine. And now for me this is a strange move. This
Yeah, but
is
it has a very
prophylactic
interesting
against.
idea.
I am not sure about this somehow. To bring the rook from d2 to h8 is a bit.
But how do you stop this idea? Maybe some king f6.
No, I don't know.
g5?
Just visually to have active rook on d2, just to get it on h8 is a bit strange. It could be the best, just it's not.
Humanly saying,
Yeah, it's concrete.
Not the first choice.
Yeah, because what are you threatening? I don't know. Knight g5, but if I see it, then probably. Rook d8, rook c1, rook h8. Bishop, the threat is knight g5 to win a piece. You cannot play g5 because the pawn on f5 is hanging. You can, but this reduces material. Knight f6, rook e8, bishop c4, and again the rook is coming here. Winning the pawn on a3. Very interesting play by Stavroula. It could be that just rook h8 was just genius, but yeah, this would be a second pawn. So the position changed a little bit now. The seventh rank would be weak. Let's say something like that. Rook e1, but it's hard to exploit it. Knight e4, then rook d1. Still some play, some chances, but yeah, very good winning chances for black here.
okay, maybe we can have a quick look on Bivol Alina's game, which is in progress, board number 7. And then, guys, I suggest that we make a short break, a very short one, before concluding the round, just before the time trouble.
What we have here, Elina Danilyan with white pieces, with an extra pawn against Elina Bivol. And did we saw this game before?
Yeah, I think we had a look.
Where was this? Something. No. This was the game which was actually a bit.
Yeah, there was some mistake on the board.
Yeah, so this was the position. White is with an extra pawn. Black simplified to a rook end game. This king is much more active than this one. Also, white has an extra pawn. I think very serious winning chances. And also Elina is definitely more experienced player. I would bet that she will convert this. Let's see. Rook f2, putting the rook behind the pawn, so just by the book. You can see the experienced players. There are no rook going over there and there. So everything is doing by the book, and if you win, you win. I think it's winning because now white's king is just going. So black's king is coming to fight with the b pawn, and white's king is going to collect the pawns on the king side. The only chance for black is that there are not so much material, only 2 pawns left. But I think this is already lost. The king is just too far from the action, and it's hard to stop white's pieces to collect the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, Lena playing a very good tournament as well.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so we will make a very short break. Stay with us and we will come to see the most fun out of the time trouble. Guys, welcome back. We made a very short break because we want to see the most interesting moments because time trouble is approaching. Let's see what's still alive. We have Osmo Kulia against Buksa Natalia, but this looks very blackish. The board looks very black, right?
Yeah, this is pretty much winning. Okay, there is this issue that black cannot move the rook that much, but with 3 pass pawns you will find a way, I'm pretty sure. Something which comes to mind is to transfer the king here. Just push the pass pawns. This is pretty much over, I think. We should say that in the game of Monica Sochko there is a wrong result.
Yes.
So Queen F1.
I don't know if we followed it in English. Maybe we can come back to the knight h4 moment. We've covered it in the Montenegrin national television, but I'm not sure if we did it in English. There was a nice sacrifice over here.
Yeah, there was a typical situation. White has only 1 piece around the king, and those weaknesses on the light squares. This bishop is not taking part into the game, and some tactics started. Bishop c4, queen b2, and then knight h4. Nice move, but when you have such position with such weak king, it's natural that there is something.
These moves come natural, right?
Yeah, she, okay, professional play. She gives some checks to come closer to the move 40 to get the extra 30 minutes, and now she played king h8 followed by rook g8. This looks like mate, and it is.
Monica was trying a few
Monica
desperate
was
moves,
trying
but
her best, but
not
just
enough
too
at this
much.
point. Yeah, so we
Rook
wanted to
h3.
mention that there's some problem with the results because, of course, it was won.
this is how the game could end.
Yeah.
They probably
Yeah.
put the kings wrong, so there are a few games alive. Board 7.
Yes, let's check what's going on.
Elina Danielan. I guess we discussed this endgame. We were somewhere here.
Before the break.
G7. Here you see, she didn't take the pawn. She decided to keep the G7 pawn for now, but now the B3 pawn is still alive. Okay, there are some technical difficulties because this king is cut. So, okay, still a game. I suppose something like rook h7, rook takes b3, and then we take this one, then we attack this one, and we come with the king. Still, this looks pretty much winning.
Do you think Elina is
Right.
also counting on Alina's low time that she will make some kind of accuracy?
Okay, 6 minutes is it's okay to play such position, but it's not about time. This is just a technical win. I think.
Okay,
Vicky,
let's
what do you
move on.
think?
Yeah.
This is-
Okay, she's so experienced, like I believe she would
Yeah.
just win it easily.
Dinara against Savro, they somehow exchanged rooks, and the end is close. Yeah, b5, probably I could take, probably I could play knight d4 here, and it's great win by Stavroa, so she will have tomorrow white pieces on some of the top boards, and definitely wanna
Good
fight
chance for a nice finish.
medals. Garifulina beat Makarchan. This position, which we were here somewhere.
A bit earlier, yeah.
Yeah, here king a6 was played, and rook f1, and now, yeah, now if b7, I suppose, yeah, just g2, and when you promote the queen, I can take it. I can give one check and then give another check and take the queen and promote the g pawn. So she played rook g8, but now after king c6, I just improve the king and protect the pawn, and now she will start pushing f pawn and t pawn. Yeah, this is winning, and the game ended in a few moves. Yeah, well, black will sacrifice the rook for this pawn, and with 3 pawns it's a very easy win, so
Leia back on the top boards tomorrow.
yeah, and again, black won, so she will have white pieces tomorrow.
Important thing for the last 2 rounds.
Lilit Pakarchan against Leo Djevahashvili, 2 experienced players. What is this now? Yeah, this is winning for black. an exchange up, very weak king, so I expect this game to finish pretty soon. Rook e3 is a threat. Yeah, this is such positions. Black will not miss her chance.
The result will be inevitable, right?
Yeah, probably the only chance is some perpetual check, but
It doesn't really look like you have it.
probably queen f8 even here. It's again. Question, let's see, this endgame, Marcel against Slivichka. Oh, this is just a draw because black has a perfect situation, protects the pawn. This pawn is stopping those two, so there's nothing to be done here. The game will end in a draw.
Okay, Bulmaga Unuk.
Bulmaga against Unuk.
Oh.
I think this game is already finished actually. This is a very famous draw. Just we need to play king e1 now. And to Menta. This is what every... this is probably the simplest endgame. And the first endgame.
The first one we learn, yeah. We actually have a request to see board 41. Can we maybe give it a look? What's going on over there?
Board 41 is Sidonia Vaida from...
No, this is board
No.
41. Yes.
Ekaterina Privulescu against Iana
Zapova.
Zapova. I should admit that this is the first time I saw those players. What do you think? What can you tell us about them, Vicky?
I think
Or Dragan?
No, I actually don't know them either.
I'm not. I also think I don't know them. Maybe I've seen them. If Yana is around my age, then
Yana is
I'm,
young, I know that, but
then I'm
I
not
don't know how young.
mistaken. Or maybe a bit younger than me.
So some knight 10 game. In this position, white is fighting for a draw. And okay, here if king c2, there is this trick, knight takes a4. And suddenly after king e2, black is a piece up, but there are no pawns
Not
left.
enough.
So well, black is forced to play king e4, knight c4, and this should be somehow winning, but let's see, here, what if I play king d4? Yeah, this is Zugzwang. Oh, there's still knight c4.
Oh, very interesting motives.
There's a stalemate.
Nice. Nice resources in the position.
But
Wow.
can I play?
Now we can
I
play
play?
knight b5, I believe.
The game
Some
goes
knight
on.
b6 coming then.
But I can take on...
b6.
I can't. I can?
Wow, what's going on here? It's
But what if I?
Maybe I could have even taken on...
What if I just take?
Or just...
Then king
No,
takes
but then it
e2.
doesn't work. Yeah.
With this, if knight e4,
No, it doesn't work.
even knight e4 is probably
Yeah.
good enough. So it's kind of puzzled here.
I think Stavrula and Dinaro just finished. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can move back to cameras.
Okay, we can say that I believe black is winning, but
But the question is
it's
how.
not so simple. I am not seeing it at first.
Okay, we have a result on Stavrula's game. She managed to beat Wagner Dinara. So, as we've mentioned, we were expecting this result, but definitely she looks happy, and now definitely she owes me an interview. Seems like she skipped the studio today as well, but tomorrow I promise I will do my best to bring her into the studio. Alina and Elina deep in her thoughts. Next to them,
Yeah, we can
the
go to
rook
this
and
game.
game.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we have one more game finished.
Still
Buksa
fighting.
Natalia against Osmak Yulia. Also result on the board. Seems like Natalia won. As we mentioned, that should have been an easy win for her. And she managed to do so. Okay, so we actually have only one more game left.
And the 10 boards.
Yeah, let's come back to boards and let's give a few predictions before we wrap up the day, because as you know from the previous days at 8:15 we have live at the national television, Montenegrin television. So I think we had many results. We only missed one result on the first 10 board, so maybe we can give our last thoughts about the few games left in the top
I'm
boards.
pretty sure that white will convert the advantage here.
But isn't this one a bit tricky?
No,
No?
no, because you play
Okay.
G3.
Okay,
and
then rook's...
G3, now what?
Yeah, you just play rook g6 and
You should play rook
Yeah.
C6, I think.
Yeah.
But that's a check. Okay, K5 again. Little by little, you should
You won't
try
go.
to. Yeah, okay. It could be a bit. There is also this idea: first to play rook F3, give one check, then to play rook to F3, protecting the pawn on B3 and on G3. Goes with the king on H5, then play G4, then go for this pawn and
What if I go
That's
rook
winning.
c3 now?
rook C3, just rook F3.
h5?
Oh, okay,
Oops.
okay, oops. Yeah, so then first
Maybe
this
rook
one,
f6 now. h5?
H5, here,
Okay.
you take this one. Okay, this could be tricky,
So now is my king too far?
but okay, I need to win the pawn first. Yeah, this could be tricky. So let's go back. Okay, okay, G3 should be played. Then rook C6 should be played, and now we should think in this position how to proceed. Yeah,
Maybe rook...
check is the
and
most
rook
obvious
e7.
move. King somewhere. E7.
Yeah.
But then rook C3 again.
Rook... Yeah, again h5 is coming.
Probably even something like that should be winning. I should keep, I know. I should play H4 here. And then take with the king. Then push the pawn to G4, king to H5, rook here, and take. And the king is just too far away.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a technical win. Okay, there are some subtleties, but I believe such experienced players like Elena Danarian shouldn't have any problems to convert.
Okay, so we expect a win.
Expect to win. Board number 10. Okay, this king goes away, but this looks like mate somehow. But if we can find the check first.
Queen
Queen
h1.
h1 and rook
Queen
And rook
H1
H3, I
and rook
think,
H3.
yeah?
Great.
Yeah.
That's,
Okay.
oh, this is a nice finish. So.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Okay. Nice win by Aleva. Slivička against Efroimski G4. Okay, this is a dead draw now. Even without this pawn, sometimes those positions are drawish. Bumaga made the draw against Laura. Managed to survive. Sophie lost. Marva and I won.
Managed to win.
What was this? Yeah, she was an exchange up. Bedulaeva, the position with the bishop pair. Yeah, nothing changed here. This knight is restricted, and one weakness, another weakness. Bishop pairs are still on the board. It's a winning position. Sabrina against Michalina. Oh, they will play a lot because
This will the longest game.
most
huh?
probably we will
Yeah.
have knight and rook against rook. And this is theoretical draw, but
So
still, you need to make it. I think Vicky has this position recently
Yeah,
in the
I had it
Bulgarian
once.
championship.
I was the strong side. So
Strong side.
there was no pressure. But still, I mean, you should push for a win, even though it's not supposed to be that difficult. It's easier than rook and a bishop, as
Yeah.
we mentioned. So.
Knight and rook against rook is a theoretically drawish position, but yeah, you can try your chances, and
Yeah, you
I'm
should
sure
try.
that Michalina will try for 50 moves. Ina Gaponenko against Lara Schulze, this is completely winning. Yeah, seems so. Just winning pawn endgame.
all right, I think we can actually call it a day over here. Maybe just one last glance at the playing hall. Let's see the last game standing. They're both deep in their thoughts, of course, but as we said, we expect Elina to win. So, guys, I think we can say goodbye here and now in English. I am very glad that I had a Bulgarian backup today in the studio. Thank you very much, guys. I'm sure you enjoyed it as I did. You can check some courses on modern chess. Don't forget to mention this. We have Petar Arnaudov's courses, we have Papaioanou's courses. Both of them are guests today in the studio, so make sure you give it a look, you give it a try, and then tell us in the chat how did you like it. Okay? Maybe you want to say a few words too?
I say you should definitely check the courses.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Thank you, Dragana, for inviting us. It was a pleasure. And
Thank you for joining me. Alright guys, see you tomorrow, same place, same time. Stay tuned. Dobro večer, poštovani gledaoci, dobrodošli natrag u studiju. Moje ime je Dragana Nikolovska, večeras sa mnom Mitar Đukanović. Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Dobrodošli, bolje vas našli.
I tako to, i pozdrav za sve gledaoce.
Pozdrav za sve gledaoce. U prethodnom trenutku kada smo se videli oko 6:30, možemo preći na kratko na tablu. Imali smo situaciju, jednu jako interesantnu partiju, Sočko Monika protiv Melija Salome. Sočko Monika, kao što smo rekli, je trenutni evropski prvak koji naravno treba da odbrani titulu, međutim liči kao da je teško ide na ovom turniru. Ono što ste mogli poslednje da vidite, poslednje trenutke koje smo ispratili u prošlom uključenju su bili, imali smo jednu jako finu žrtvu skakača, skakačka 4, otvara se beli kralj koji nakon toga nije mogao da odbrani mat. Ono što smo videli je bio jedan potez par šahova kojim je prosto crna htela da doda sebi 1 minut kako bi mogla preciznije da izračuna ostatak varijante. Nakon toga usledilo je odmicanje kralja crnog da bi mogao crni top da dođe i da uskoči u matni napad. Poslednji trenutki koje smo videli je bio ovaj skakač G3, gde Bela su poslednji vapaj i poslednji trenuci, poslednji očajnički pokušaj, tako reći. Međutim, naravno, nije joj to donelo puno uspeha, zato što nakon top G3 već ovo je potpuno neodbranjiva situacija u kojoj top G2 je opet poslednji vapaj, međutim, nakon samo 2 poteza Bela se predala. Onaj mat koji je zapravo mogao da usledi na samoj ploči i koji bismo imali priliku da vidimo i naravno koje su već ove iskusne igračice uveliko videle i zbog toga nismo ni imali ovu poziciju na tabli, je ova jako fina kombinacija, kralj H3, dama H1 šah. Bela mora da se brani na ovaj način gde bi usledilo još 2 finalnih šahova i ova bi bila matna situacija na tabli. Na ovaj način je Sočko Monika izgubila ovu partiju. Predlažem da pogledamo poslednju partiju koja se igra na prvim pločama trenutno u sali. Možete videti belim figurama bivšu prvakinju Evrope Danijeli Anelinu iz Jermenije protiv Bivol Aline koja ima u ovoj poziciji crne figure. Stanje na tabli je takvo da Bela ima pešaka više, međutim da li će uspeti da iskoristi tu prednost i da donese finalan poen u ovoj partiji, vidjet ćemo nakon određenog vremena. Stanje na tabeli posle partije koje su trenutno završene, zato što imamo veći deo već završenih partija, na prvoj tabli imamo na prve dve zapravo imamo remija, Rabidze Meri protiv Maltevskaje, završen duel remijem, Sargisjan Ana protiv Kotinašvili Bele, takođe završen remijem. Ono što je bilo jako interesantno za videti, Savina Anastasija protiv Kiolbase Olivije koja je juče izgubila, iako je u tom trenutku bila vodeća, danas je u dosta goroj situaciji uspela da osvoji poen i da se vrati u vodeće igračice na tabeli. Zatim smo imali francuski duel na 4. tabli, Paulina protiv Deimante, rezultat u korist Pauline. 5. tabla, 8. Julija Buksa Natalija, ukrajinski derbi završio u korist Bukse Natalije. Zatim Sočko Monika protiv Melije Salome, partija koju smo čiji smo kraj upravo videli, završeno rezultatom 0:1. Zatim Wagner Dinara, Solekidu Stavrula na 8. tabli, Nemačka protiv Grčke, takođe završeno u korist Grkinje, Markečiam Mirjam protiv Garifurline Leje 0:1 i tako dalje. Vodeće na tabeli trenutno sada imamo već 4 igračice sa po 7 poena, Rabidze Meri, Maltevskaja Aleksandra, Olivija Kiolbasa i Paulin iz Francuske sa po 7 poena, dakle Gruzija, 2 Poljakinje i Francuskinja na samom vrhu tabele, odmah iza njih sa 6,5 poena Sargisjan Ana, zatim Kotanašvili Bela iz Gruzije i Buksa Natalija iz Ukrajine 6,5 poena. Mitra, jako uzbudljiva partija, jesi očekivao ovako uzbudljiv finiš turnira?
Pa evo ovako, sa te neke strane organizatora kad pričamo o tome, svakako je velika sreća što je prvenstvo ovako borbeno. istakao bih jučerašnji dan gdje su sve 4 partije na prva 4 stola riješene u korist jedne od igračica. Prije toga kola imali smo jednu igračicu na vrhu, jučer smo imali 2, sad imamo 4 posle ovoga današnjeg kola. I jednostavno ta borbenost nekako ide sa tokom šampionata i sigurno da će najveća biti u kolima koja tek dolaze. Velika je borbenost, mogu slobodno reći da je veliki kvalitet, a izuzetno i praćeno prvenstvo, jeli što se vidi po ovome streamu koji radite ti, Alojzije, na zaista jedan sjajan način. Naravno, nema na čem, samo smo realni. Tu je još ovih ovako stvari, tu kod šampionata, sa te organizacione strane imamo tu borbenost, nemamo trenutno nikakvih problema, sve ide u najboljem redu i nadam se da će tako ostati u ova 2 dana.
Nadamo se također, apsolutno mislim da nemamo razlog da mislimo bilo kako drugačije s obzirom na to da smo već prošli 9 kola, da je sve prošlo u najboljem redu, a nismo spomenuli da je Mitar jedan od glavnih organizatora, neko ko je sve vreme tu i ko se apsolutno stara da svaki detalj bude kako treba, tako da evo, hvala i u moje ime što je sve pod kontrolom.
Hvala i tebi na lijepim riječima.
Ostaje naravno još 2 kola da vidimo kako će se turnir zapravo završiti, ali mislim da nam ostaje da vidimo samo jako izuzetno interesantne partije u posljednja 2 kola. Je li bilo teško organizovati ovo evropsko prvenstvo? Ovo je turnir visokog kalibra, tako da...
Pa nekako od kada je aktualno ovo rukovodstvo Saveza u Šahovskom savezu Crne Gore 2019. godine mnogo toga je odrađeno. Napravljen je kup evropskih šampiona 2019. godine, 2021. smo organizovali mediteransko prvenstvo baš ovdje u Petrovcu, 2022. smo imali seriju međunarodnih turnira i sve je to ovako proteklo i dobro je organizovano, ljudi su se rado vraćali, nešto se lijepo dešavalo, mnogo se toga dešava u crnogorskom šahu, ali ipak organizacija sama ovoga prvenstva je nešto potpuno novo i nešto što je potpuno različito od svega što smo do sad radili. Ovdje imamo puno veći nivo, puno više država, puno više učesnika i nekako je sve to trebalo poklopiti da se sve kockice sklope. Ipak jednim odgovornim i predanim radom zavrijedili smo da nam se vrati na ovaj način, da imamo i zanimljivo, i borbeno, i kvalitetno, i dobro organizovano prvenstvo i nekako mislim da je to samo kruna jednog odgovornog rada. Naravno, tu je i ova situacija da u novembru imamo ekipno prvenstvo Timsko Evrope koje će biti održano u Budvi i to je ovako još jedan korak naprijed.
To je sigurno veći, izvini što sam te prekinula, ali to je sigurno veći izazov s obzirom na to da ekipno timsko prvenstvo, ako ovdje imamo ekipno prvenstvo gdje igračice dolaze možda po koja samo iz svake države, na ekipnom timskom prvenstvu imamo po 4 igrača plus rezerva, plus treneri i svo propratno osoblje, tako da imamo dosta veći broj igrača koji će biti prisutan ovdje i sigurno jako teže za organizaciju, zar ne?
Pa ja mislim da može samo biti lakše. Posle ovakvog uspjeha to ide nekim svojim tokom i to može biti samo lakše. Ja mislim da iduće godine u isto ovo vrijeme organizujemo ovo isto prvenstvo umjesto sad ovogodišnjih 140 igračica da bi ih bilo puno više. Zahvaljujući i preporukama i onome što smo radili. Naravno sad da predstavljamo malo sa ovom šalom, očekuje nas veliki izazov u novembru, ali ne vidim razlog zašto ne bi odgovorili uspješno na njega, jer pokazali smo da znamo, pokazali smo da možemo i sigurno ćemo uspjeti.
Svakako se slažem. Iz moje tačke gledišta je sve pod kontrolom, sve na mestu, ali i svaka igračica ili bilo koji čovjek koji iz bilo kog dela organizacije, da li je sudija ili anti-cheating ili kako god, svi su imali samo reči hvale za ovo takmičenje. Meni se mesto posebno sviđa Petrovac, prvi put sam ovdje, međutim nekako maleno, a opet ima dušu.
A to naravno, Petrovac za mene je jedno od najljepših mjesta na našoj rivijeri, ali eto, kako si rekla, svi su zadovoljni, ti si debitovali izuzetno uspješno u ovoj ulozi komentatora. Ne vidim zašto ne bi sve to ponovili u novembru.
Da, pa nadam se, vidjet ćemo, ali nadam se ja da bih mogla ponovo da se vratim. Vidjet ćemo u kojoj ulozi, da li kao igrač ili kao komentator, ali u svakom slučaju biće težak izbor, ja mislim.
Ali svakako se vidimo i u Budvi.
Da. Ono što je jako interesantno za spomenuti, Boris Spassky, meč u blizini, Sveti Stefan.
Da, to je 92. godina, vraćamo s tih 31 godinu unazad i imali smo taj čuveni meč. Bili smo zajedno, smo i bili na izletu kada je bio slobodan dan. Posjetili smo stari bar i Budvu i u povratku smo jednostavno morali posjetiti taj Sveti Stefan, koji je ovako izuzetno jedna zanimljiva i čitava priča o tom ostrvu i o tom samom meču gdje kako je odigran i ovo, Sveti Stefan su obilazile mnoge zvijezde, svjetske reality zvijezde u tom momentu, Elizabeth Taylor, Claudia Schiffer i tako dalje, a između ostalog čuveni po tom meču odigranom 92. godine. Meč je organizovan i Fischer posle toga upao u probleme, to je već duža i dobro poznata priča. Ipak, ono što je, da je nedaleko odavde odigran taj meč i mi smo nekako imali čak i jednu ideju da opet odigramo neki meč sličan, gdje bi suprotstavili dvije neke strane, ali jednostavno nekako od sve ove organizacije smo odustali, ali nadam se da će i Sveti Stefan ostati upisan u šahovskoj istoriji, ali ovako ako idemo hronološki, krenuli smo sa kupom šampiona, pa mediteransko prvenstvo, pa pojedinačno prvenstvo Europe za žene, pa tim ekipno prvenstvo Europe,
korak napred, da.
Zašto ne bi neki svjetski meč ponovo bio odigran na Svetom Stefanu?
Svakako bi definitivno bilo jako interesantno to za vidjeti.
I istorijski u svakom kontekstu.
Naravno. Ono što sam htjela da spomenem, ovaj turnir je također dobro medijski propraćen. Evo, imamo uživo uključenje svakog dana, 2 puta dnevno na MNE Sport kanal 1. Također imamo u sportskom dnevniku, čini mi se.
Da.
Jel možeš da nam kažeš možda?
Pa evo, to je nekako i moje zaduženje bilo primarno u čitavoj ovoj organizaciji, osim tih tehničkih stvari kojima sam pomagao i u kojima sam učestvovao. Drago mi je što su crnogorski mediji ovoga puta zaista na pravi način prepoznali značaj održavanja ovoga prvenstva i povrh svih stvari koje su u dnevnom fokusu u Crnoj Gori, šah je zauzeo svoje stabilno mjesto od početka turnira i tako se nadam da će za uvijek ostati. Naravno, ova saradnja sa MNE Sportom, izuzetno mi je drago što je došlo do nje i nadam se da će ona biti samo nastavljena u narednom periodu, jer bukvalno do ove saradnje je došlo u toku samog turnira. Nekako ad hoc je sve ispalo, ali mislim da su i gledaoci zadovoljni, da imaju šta da vide i da zaista uživaju u ovome i da će ovo biti samo jedan ulaznica jedna da se šah što bolje vrati u crnogorske medije. Imamo tu i taj dobar položaj, kako si rekli, ide to i na drugim televizijama, se emituje, prenose portali. To je dobro i mislim da je to vrlo bitno u današnjem vremenu, jer danas ako ne postojite u medijima, vi nigdje ne postojite. I mislim da je to izuzetno lijepo i nadasve bih pohvalio to i nadam se da će tako biti nastavljeno i u daljem periodu i da neće biti samo vezano za domaća takmičenja.
Također imali smo prilike na slobodnom danu u restoranu da vidimo u samim novinama članak, možda znaš koje novine isto prenose?
Pa dobro, to svakako novine dan, one svakodnevno prenose, ali prostora nalazimo i u drugim medijima. Ipak to je neka saradnja koja je i od ranije i koja je mnogo ovako uspješna i koja se samo nastavlja iz dana u dan.
Super. Drago nam je i nadamo se, evo to je, mislim, mogu slobodno reći, u Makedoniji je isto veliki problem, medijska pažnja za šah je na vrlo niskom nivou i uvek promovišemo da šah bude što popularniji i uvek tražimo medijski prostor, međutim nije ga lako naći i apsolutno je svakako dobrodošao u svakom smislu. Htjela sam da te pitam također situacija u crnogorskom šahu. Imamo recimo velemajstora Denisa Kadrića koji je pre možda nedelju dana prešao granicu od 2600.
Da, prvi crnogorski igrač u istoriji koji je to uspio da uradi.
Luka Drašković je isto tako...
Da, tu je Luka Drašković ovako prvi crnogorski velemajstor posle sticanja nezavisnosti, ali nemojmo zaboraviti ni Nikolu Đukića koji je 10 puta bio prvak Crne Gore. Zaista ovako imamo jednu stabilnu ekipu, tu iskusni velemajstor Dragiša Blagović koji nekako imamo sve kad uzraste različit nivo iskustva, ali sigurno jedan potencijal za dalje napredovanje. Tu su i mladi igrači i jedan širi spisak reprezentacija koji figuriraju po mom mišljenju. Nadam se da ćemo krunu doživjeti ove godine upravo na domaćem terenu i da ćemo ostvariti dobar rezultat. Jer mislim nekako da i to dolazi. Podsjetit ću samo da smo prošle godine na olimpijadi u Indiji zauzeli 22. mjesto u kategoriji 190 ekipa. To je zaista jedan odličan rezultat u bilo kom sportu, a ne u šahu. Pogotovo za jednu malu zemlju kao što je Crna Gora. I nadam se da će upravo ta okosnica ekipe koja je Luka Drašković, Nikola Đukić i Denis Kadrić, da će oni predvoditi ovu našu reprezentaciju do novih uspjeha. Malo je drugačija situacija u ženskom šahu, evo tu bi se samo osvrnuo da napravimo opet jednu poveznicu s ovim prvenstvom. Nikolina Koljević je konačno krenula da pruža svoje partije. Danas savladala žensku intermajstorku iz Azerbejdžana i trenutno je polovična, ima 4,5 poena iz 9 partija.
Što je fenomenalan rezultat na ovom nivou.
Na ovom nivou i u ovakvom turniru, dok nešto mlađe Mateja Popović, Tara Ivanović i Rijamija Maraš pružaju dobre borbe, ali nedostaje malo iskustva za bolje rezultate. Ipak nadam se da će u ova 2 kola i one pokazati koliko mogu i da će se osvojiti još koji poen više. A Nikolina je onako inače 3 puta već bila prvakinja Crne Gore i stub je naše reprezentacije, tako da ne iznenađujemo ovo od nje, mislim da može i prijatno iznenaditi u ova 2 posljednja kola koja su pred nama.
Da, verujemo da se sada uigrala i da je došao onaj trenutak, onaj napliv energije, možda adrenalina, domaći teren, upravo kao što si rekao, i bilo bi jako interesantno videti, posebno za naše domaće gledalce, domaći igrače koji nastupaju na vrhuncu svoje snage. Možda neka predviđanja za kraj, šta misliš, da li teško je reći, znam za igrače koji konkretno igrač da bi bio na vrhu, ali možda koje države, evo top 3?
Pa ne znam, to je vrlo teško. Ja sam prvo navijao za ove naše djevojke iz Crne Gore, ali opet svakako ta igra je bila zadovoljavajuća i nadam se da će pružiti. A ovako najviše sam pratio ove igračice iz okruženja, iz Hrvatske, iz Makedonije i vjerujem i u njihove dobre rezultate u posljednjim kolima. A što se tiče samog vrha, pa da moram da tipujem, kako se to kaže ovako u žargonu, tipovao bi na kielbasu iz Poljske. Jer sigurno pruža najstabilniju igru, igra vrlo atraktivan šah, igra napadački šah. Juče joj se to baš i nije isplatilo, doživjela je jednu iz kontra napada i izgubila partiju.
Međutim, danas je uspela da se vrati na sličan način.
Što pokazuje da je zaista onako u jednoj dobroj formi, tako da mislim da će biti zanimljivo do samog kraja, ali da moram da tipujem, tipovao bi na nju. I naravno ne treba tu pocijeniti uopšte prvu nositeljku turnira Belu Kotenašvili, koja je došla kao prvi favorit u Petrovac. Ona trenutno je pola poena iza vodeće grupe, kako mi se dobro čini. Tako da ćemo vidjeti šta će biti. Ova će 2 kola sve odlučiti. Sigurno da će neko ko dođe sutra večer na moje mjesto imati neku jasniju prognozu, ali ja tipujem na kielbasu.
Da, ona je jedan od mojih favorita također. Mitre, hvala ti puno što si izdvojio od svog vremena da dođeš i da budeš večeras ovdje sa nama i da nam kažeš kako to izgledaju stvari iza kulisa iz jedne organizatorske perspektive. Nije lako organizovati ovaj nivo turnira, ovo evropsko prvenstvo, tako da hvala ti još jednom.
Hvala tebi i pozdrav svim gledalcima.
Pozdrav svim gledalcima, hvala vam što ste bili sa nama. Budite sutra ponovo u 6:15, imamo uživo uključenje sa najinteresantnijim trenucima iz sutrašnjeg kola. Još jedan put moje ime Dragana Nikolovska, sa mnom u studiju Mitar Đukanović. Prijatno veče i vidimo se sutra.